I didn't wait for people to say they were ready before I went live. Woo! Okay.
Well done.
Welcome. Welcome to the Stormy Dragon Tavern. We have rebranded. Hopefully the rebranding has gone across all of our platforms, but probably not, knowing our luck.
Everything except Twitter. Sorry, I'll fix that at some point.
And Discord.
Oh yeah,
But
that's a work in progress.
we are here. We are ready to play. It is the Trials of the Xel'nari. It is episode number 3. And let's do a quick recap. We had our final test finally completed. Took a little while, but they finally got through it. And Thalai was the surprise victor. He didn't even think that he would come out in first, but he did. He surged through the last part of the course in blitzing speed, surprising everyone, much to Kovac's minor annoyance. Though I'm sure she'll get over it. It definitely won't stay with her for the rest of her life.
I'm just going to put this out there because I forgot about this little detail last time. I'm pretty sure after the trials, Storm spent a really long time cleaning herself. You know, cat style.
So yes, the graduation ceremony has come and gone. Thalai scored himself a nice little reward for coming in first place. And during the graduation ceremony, we met up with some people from some of the members past. Sam, unfortunately, seeing his father and less unfortunately his mother, not quite the favorites in his eyes at the moment. Kovac saw some of her original team, some of her crime-fighting squad from back in her detective days, and they were quite rowdy and quite happy to see Kovac again and see her succeed.
Kalan's breathing into his mic.
Yes, how dare you breathe, Kalan? You need to suffocate immediately.
Okay.
No! We love you.
I'm breathing.
And Thalai scored himself a fangirl squad following him around throughout the entire ceremony because he's a big, strong guy, strapping young lad. And he just came first in a quite difficult trial. And so has earned himself a great honor, not just for himself, but also for his clan. However, not everything was fun and games. Someone was missing from the ceremony and the test itself. The shoo-in to win, another of their classmates, Cassandra, who has been known as the, that special child that always seems to excel in every single thing, and she definitely seemed to know it as well. And as far as everyone is concerned, she always seemed to get some special treatment as well. So, she has gone missing. And no one seems to know what has happened to her. And we ended the session with the party being dragged into Barda's office, their previous teacher, to discuss what has happened. And we will take it from there. Barda has brought you in with a solemn look on her face and explained that Cassandra is missing. I just need to know, do you know anything? Did she say anything to any of you beforehand?
Only what I already told you.
She hasn't been the type to overly ingratiate herself with us, so sadly no.
Do I remember what book she was reading the last time I annoyed her and she was reading in bed?
The last thing you saw her reading was a book that was to do with the history of the diplomats that had come in, the Kaleshta.
Wait, is that the same book that the head archivist was reading?
No, the book that she had very little information. It was you imagine a book that had just a little bit of detail on it, and even she had mentioned to you that she was frustrated by the fact that she wasn't finding information that she was looking for. The archivist, however, did have a book that detailed it a lot more elaborately.
Just seeing just how far her special treatment extended.
I remember reading a book on the Kaleshta, but...
That seems to be a common topic on people's minds.
Oh, now that we're graduated and can't get in trouble for doing things as bad students, we also went on a little adventure to investigate the new diplomat.
I don't know what she's talking about. I didn't know.
No, it was only me and Cassandra. I think.
Oh,
I'm pretty
well.
sure.
So you
Well-
think that she
Wait.
has taken some interest in the diplomats?
Yeah.
I mean, that could be a possible lead, but that cannot explain her absence. She's
Sure.
completely missing from the castle, and no one has seen her slip out.
Yeah. But
So, I'm gonna cast Mage Hand and just have my notebook kind of like orbiting me.
Mhm.
I'm gonna conjure a quill, and I'm just gonna start furiously taking notes. Yes.
So there is honestly nothing else you can think of. She wasn't acting strange, or
she was definitely acting a little bit more strange than usual. She was lurking in places that she shouldn't have. I told you she was in the Grand Master's hall. Bedroom? Room? Office?
that is most peculiar. I suppose it should not be a surprise to you anymore, or kept secret from you anymore, that she is the Grand Master's granddaughter.
Oh. That makes a lot of
Oh.
sense.
Indeed, it does.
I had a feeling you may have already guessed this as such, but it was meant to be a secret.
The entirety of our class had certain unfounded suspicions.
I feel like there was one other incident that Storm and Sam witnessed.
You witnessed her leaving the Grandmaster's room. That was pretty much it. Yeah.
Well, I have solved, or at least investigated, missing persons cases with less evidence. I have a list of queries for how it is that we shall investigate this.
Yes, that's why I asked you to come along, Kovac. I thought you would be able to use your expertise in this situation.
Indeed.
And please have a look into it. Maybe have a look through her belongings in the dormitory before it is
Of
moved
course.
to your new private rooms.
I would also ask, how public can we be in this investigation? Should we be quiet and subtle, or may we canvass the people who work in the castle and outside of it?
I would prefer that you do keep it quiet, though I imagine it will be hard to keep it quiet from your classmates.
Well, a very important part of an investigation such as this is putting together a timeline of events just prior to the individual's disappearance. And if we can't ask people questions about Cassandra, that will hinder our work.
If you think it is absolutely necessary, then you may question them, but I do not want it spreading around.
Understandable. Is it worth speaking to the Grand Master?
He is a bit busy at the moment, dealing with other matters. As for the diplomats, I will investigate into that. Under no circumstances are you to be involved in that matter.
Understood. And I cast a glance over to Storm to make sure she was paying attention.
The answer is probably not. Very well. I did not wish to keep you long. This is not the news I wanted to give you on what should be a very happy day. But
well,
I wish you the best of luck. And please let me know if you find anything.
Of course. One more thing. Might we request a private space from which to coordinate our investigation? Perhaps one of the misused classrooms, a chalkboard would be quite useful.
For now, your dormitory will work. As I said, you will be moving out to your private room shortly, so the others will be escorted out if needed.
Okay.
Was there anything else before you go?
I'm checking my list. No, that's all my questions so far.
Fair.
Does the Grandmaster know that she is missing?
He has been informed.
Did he not have anything to say?
As I said, he is very busy dealing with other matters at the moment, though he is contributing where he can.
Does he not know of the last things that she did? She did go to visit him after all. Did he not have anything to say on this?
He would not elaborate on that matter, and I believe it to be a personal one, so I did not pry.
But it could be important. What if that is the reason she's missing?
Storm, my dear, I would ask that you do not pry on that matter.
She just scowls and doesn't respond. Which, if anyone has any experience at all with Storm, means that she's probably contemplating doing exactly the opposite of what she's asked.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
If the
Because-
Grandmaster thought it was pertinent to the investigation, he would probably have said so. He has these reasons for keeping his secrets. Now, if that is all, be off with you.
We will begin our investigation immediately.
Grumble, grumble.
And I'll leave.
She'll
I'll
follow
leave
along.
them. Yeah,
Yeah.
leaving as well.
Where is your first point of call?
Right. We need to split up and gather as much information as possible as quickly as possible. I'm going to turn to Sam and say, Sam, you are quite adept at nature and the like. Would it be possible for you to search every single exit from the castle and search for signs of Cassandra exiting via that way?
I imagine Sam would probably give you a bit of a, yes, I suppose I can. And he will go off to investigate the grounds.
Because that's useful and convenient for plot and player absences.
Yes, because unfortunately, Ottie, or Matt, has not been able to join us tonight.
Hmm.
Curse life getting in the way.
How
Yes.
dare life get in the way?
At the very least, most of the rest of us, as Barda suggested, should investigate her personal belongings.
Mhm.
It also may be worth us as a group possessing a set of lockpicks, as we don't, and it's more useful than me ramming my dagger into locks and breaking them every time we try and open doors. So if somebody aside from me can go and talk to Brindle and actually, I will. Actually no. She'll get suspicious. Wait, Storm, how proficient are you in filing Class 3B Xel'nari requisition forms?
Hey Ash, does Storm even know what that is?
She quite possibly accidentally clawed up the last one that she got.
I really
I will go to get lockpicks and other things we might need. I don't have
Okay.
that.
I can definitely do it. Maybe.
No, you and I are going to return to our dormitories and we'll investigate Cassandra's things. Do we know? I mean, we all have like standard issue like trunks or
Mhm.
something that I assume are locked.
Yeah, so you all have your own little sleeping quarters. In fact, I'll drag you on over to there.
We have a map. We have a map. Oh boy.
Ooh.
So you all have your own little quarters. Well, sorry, not quarters. Your own little space in each of the bedroom area of the dormitory. And you do know that Cass always liked to stay by herself up in the top left-hand corner. So that was her little bed away from everyone
Okay.
else.
And okay,
Um,
so
I will move Sam and Thalai away, seeing as Thalai is
Mhm.
going off to get his lockpicks.
and oh yeah, as we're heading out, I will summon Wisteria and I will give her the instructions. Search the castle and its grounds from the sky. If you see Cassandra, return return to me at once, and then guide us to where you last saw her. And then go.
Yeah. You would probably make it back to the dormitories before Thalai would make it to the armory.
Mhm.
And you do find some of your classmates already here. One of the twins is asleep on their bed. The other is at the table currently writing down a note of some description. Can't really make it out from where you are. Osborne is sitting on the end of the bed, retuning his lute, and Chorus is just packing up his stuff, getting ready to move into his new quarters.
Hello, everybody.
You get like a cheerful wave from Chorus, and Leaf just goes, busy.
Okay.
I have very important
Who was
news to get-
Cassandra's immediate next door bed name?
No one. It was an empty bed. Your class was a class of 9, not a class of 10.
Everybody, we have very important information we need to gather from you. We need all of your attention.
Okay.
Everybody, hello? What?
Stop talking!
What? What did I do?
That was unfortunate timing.
Stop it! Stop!
What the blazes do you want?
What
Osborne says,
did
looking
Barter
up.
just
I don't know. I wasn't listening.
Oh,
Look, there was a fly on the wall. It was really distracting.
nothing? We do not require your attention. It was a false alarm. Storm is easily distracted, as you know.
What are you talking about, Kovac? They might know something. We should ask them.
We will ask them if and when it is required, but allow us to gather as much information as possible quietly first.
Okay, fine. We have been asked to collect all of
Down!
Cassandra's things and take them to her new location. So nobody gets suspicious, okay? Okay. And then she's gonna walk over to Cassandra's bed. Burke the GM.
You can hear the audible twang as Osborne accidentally snaps one of his cords as he looks up like suddenly is like, "You're suspicious of what?"
Well, we're not stealing anything, that's all. You know, we're just relocating it.
Nothing!
We're
You can
relocating her
stop
things
talking
to her new
whenever you
bedroom.
like, Storm. We don't need to
okay.
continue this verbal back
Sir,
and
He
Well,
asked
so
the question.
It's just...
Okay, but, okay.
Say, you know what happened to her then?
No, we were just told to move her stuff to her new room. Because there are
that
new
means-
people that need to move in here, like the rest of us need to move out.
So she's all good then?
I don't know.
Like, don't get me wrong, I'm glad she wasn't there, so it made me look better, but, you know, still kind of concerned.
Kovac, do I tell him? Okay.
At that, he just kind of squints for a bit, staring straight at Storm, and then after a moment, he just shrugs and, yep, cool, back to his Luke trying to fix the cord that he's just broken.
Storm, I greatly appreciate your enthusiasm and eagerness, but your talk first overshare immediately after you begin talking later is a deficit to this investigation.
What do you mean? Isn't
W-
it good to be honest? That's how you get
we
people
need
to trust you.
We need to keep as much information as possible close to the chest. Do not unnecessarily divulge details of an active Xel'nari investigation.
Is that
It does
where you
not
keep
bode
your
well.
notebook? Next to your
No, I
bed?
keep it. I keep one hair and one. It doesn't matter.
But
Look,
we need
I'm.
to,
Yes, okay.
it's going to
If
be
you
weird
want-
otherwise if we're going to go through her things, you know?
Yes, if you want to use your assets to their greatest, why don't you go and stand on your bed and make a very loud distraction? And I will look at her things myself, okay?
But we're taking her things to her new room. We could just grab everything, you know?
We don't
Okay,
have
okay,
access
okay, I'm
to her
going.
new room yet.
She just stomps her way to her bed, stands on her bed, pulls out the bagpipes.
You knew that was coming. You knew
I
it
did.
was coming.
Starts
Don't even
blowing
pretend
them up.
you didn't know.
Starts blowing them up and prepping them for her to play. Of course, there's that awkward time before the bagpipes are ready to play where it's just a lot of noises. Before she actually starts playing. Which gets everyone's attention, I'm sure.
Can I get you to roll me a performance, please?
You most certainly can, maybe, hopefully.
See how well you are.
That is a nat 20.
Okay. Yeah.
On performance, which is 21.
The response you get is Leaf, who is asleep, waking up and
Oops, I forgot
reaching
about
over, not even looking up, just reaching over, grabbing whatever she can from,
I presume her bed's like over here or up here or something. I don't know.
whatever they can from the table, and just piffing it across the room at you.
She jumps onto the end of this bed. Can I do a
Not-
dexterity check to like dodge it? Wait, no, I'm gonna catch it and throw it back at her. Him.
It went
Then-
completely wide.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say because I'm a mutt,
As
can
they
do
did
that.
not. As they did not open up their eyes or anything, they just literally just reached around and threw it in the general direction. It kind of sailed past your face and landed on the bed next to you before bouncing off to the floor. The other twin just sighs, closes their book, puts down their quill, turns, and stares for a moment
It's a
before
merry jig.
eventually starting to just tap along with it and just accept the fact that they're not going to get their work done. They're just going to listen along and enjoy the music.
So she's gonna look over at Osborne and like, while she's playing, like, be like, "Yeah, come and join me." You know, like encourage him to join in on her. jig.
Osborne quickly just tunes up the last string, completely ignores the fact that he is now missing a string, seeing as it snapped, and will go along and try to play along with you as best as he can with a not complete lute. He manages to do okay. He there's obvious pauses where there should be a note strung that's not there, but he will join along to try and be a little bit cheerful. It is graduation. You are meant to be happy. Things are going well. And Kovac, you were trying to be stealthy.
Can I roll stealth with advantage because of a distraction?
You may indeed.
Oh no. Oh good, that's a natural 20 as well
Okay.
for a 22.
All
You
right.
had me worried there for a second, man.
You move your way over, and it doesn't seem that anyone has taken any acknowledgement of you being over there. You did say that you were going over to collect her stuff, so why should they be suspicious?
Exactly.
What are you looking for?
Everything.
I'm looking for anything potentially interesting, perhaps suspicious items that are not standard issue, correspondence, a journal,
Mhm.
just anything that looks out of the ordinary. And I'm, of course, being thorough. I'm like tossing the sheets, checking under the mattress, under the bed, and any drawers I can open that aren't locked, I'm going to investigate them. I'm going to check behind the cabinet, under the edge of the cabinet, just checking literally everywhere there could be something.
All right, I'll get you to roll me an investigation, please. And as you do that, we'll flip on over to Thalai, who is
9.
come over to the treasury.
9! Sorry.
As I'm making my way over there, I will finally at last get that chainmail out of my bag that's been sitting there since the beginning of the day and start putting it on. I know it's going to take me 10 minutes, so it's not going to be done by the time I get there, but it's what he feels comfortable in, so he'll just keep working at it as he's talking.
Yep, not a problem. As you reach the armory, sorry, not the treasury I said before, you do find Brindle there with her usual cheery disposition. So, the champion has come, already trying to claim some more. What are you after?
We need a set of lockpicks. We need, let's see, what else would be useful? Mission that we're being sent off to. A set of lockpicks, one set of manacles. You know what? I should have asked the others what they would have wanted too. You know what? I'll start with those two, and if I need to get any more, I'll make the appropriate requests. And come
Already got yourself a mission. God, you are keen, aren't you? Trying to make a name for yourself.
Well, we do what we asked. That is all. We live to serve.
She just squints at you. Something about how you're saying it is not lining up with her. But after a while, she shrugs and pulls out the items for you, and then puts down the forms in front of you. You know the system.
Of course. And he does know how to fill it out properly. And as he finishes and hands it in, and he turns to walk away, I'll be keeping on hand the stuff I borrowed for today's competition. It may come in use. I'll make sure I return it with the other stuff when we are done. Thank you.
You can see that she was about to say something as you just, thank you, close the door, walk off.
And I will make my way back.
What was your investigation?
A total of 9, unfortunately. I rolled a 3 with a +6. Not great.
You have a look around, trying to find anything out of the ordinary, but you're not successful. Everything that she has on hand, apart from a few personal items or anything, seems standard issue. Nothing seems out of place. She's got a few textbooks there that have been written in. You can see that, it's just her coursework. Nothing seems suspicious or out of place there. Even going through her clothes, don't find anything out of the ordinary there.
Has she got a spare set of boots?
If she does, you mentioned she probably has them with her, as there is no boots there.
Socks?
Yes, you should have a few pairs of socks.
Okay. I'm going to find is there a dirty pair of socks?
Yes.
Okay, that will give us a more accurate idea of her foot size, so that if Sam comes back with signs of tracks, we can more easily figure out which tracks left behind are hers. So I will take a dirty sock and I will do some cursory measurements and try and puzzle out roughly how big her feet are, and therefore how big her boots might be in correlation to that.
Alrighty. Alright. Are you going to continue looking around through stuff, or giving up the search?
I will pause upon finding socks. I'll make my appropriate notes and measurements, and then just keep on searching for as long as the distraction holds out, while also I suppose I'll do it in an orderly way. So if I work through an entire area, I'll then properly organize it, and then go, okay. And if anyone is paying any attention to my direction, I'll do the physical motions of, oh, great, well, that's all packed up and ready to go, moving on.
Mm-hmm.
So it's still maintaining the facade of the reason I'm here.
All right. Having a quick look over your shoulders as you do that, you see that no one seems to be paying you attention at the moment. They seem to be either thoroughly enthralled in Storm and Osborne's performance, or trying to sleep through it.
Good luck.
I do
Failing
not
miserably,
feel-
but trying nevertheless.
I don't feel sorry at all for Leaf. Or Leaf.
After a moment, Thalai, you will join them back in here, having acquired your items. Bring you in.
Did I find any parts of Cassandra's effects that were locked?
No, actually, her footlocker was left unlocked and also open.
Okay, that's useful.
Did it look like she'd left in a rush?
Not something you can tell while you're performing.
Fair. Absolutely fair.
Though Kovac, I will say, you know that she is normally quite a neat freak, and she would not normally leave her footlocker unlocked.
Okay. Very relevant. I will keep on searching, and if I see Thalai come in, I will make eye contact. I'll like gesture over to Storm and go, and then like try and get him to join me over here by Cassandra's bed.
I imagine that wouldn't be hard for him to notice that you are calling for him. He understands the situation of the room.
Indeed.
Better than Storm does.
Storm just like.
Storm's just happy to perform her bagpipes, man.
And it's doing really well too.
She's proficient. She knows how to play the bagpipes. You
Are
all
you
just
joining
hate on
Kovac
the
over?
bagpipes, man.
Are you joining Kovac over with at the bed, Thalai?
Yep. I was just making as if I'm going to put some of my own stuff just back in that locker that I don't need anymore, and then make my way over.
Okay.
Not a problem.
I will. Yeah.
I got the thing after Korvek, and I'll hand over the lockpicks.
Excellent.
Plus, I got the other thing, something else, just in case, and I showed that I got some manacles as well.
Ah, good. It's always good to have manacles.
I did tell Blindor that I'll come back to make more requests if needed.
I'm sure she loved that.
She didn't seem to mind.
Well, she likes you at least. That's useful, or at least doesn't overtly dislike you as she does me.
Well, you know, I don't make a request nearly every single day for something, so I think that helps.
It's expensive being a wizard.
You could. No mind. It's not the time, no place. Not the time, no place.
Indeed. I have been over her belongings. I have a rough idea of her shoe size for boot prints. Unfortunately, I haven't found anything besides that she's left her trunk open, which is useful but unusual.
That's not like her.
I've been trying to search, but haven't had much luck.
Ash,
You would, yes.
I feel like Storm walked in on her once writing in a notebook, like a diary or whatnot, and like interrupted her talking. So interrupted her writing in it with her yibba yabba.
Yes, you did see that. You did not pass that information on to anyone else, however.
Yeah. So after this is all done, if they haven't found that book, she's gonna go look for it because she knows it exists.
Are you going to help Kovac in investigating Thalai?
Yeah, sure. I'll assist. I'll assist Kovac, yeah.
Get you to roll with advantage one more time.
Heck yeah!
Go over, see if the added eyes can help you out.
That's only a 13.
You have another look over it. You're still not finding anything that seems out of place. I mean, the bed didn't seem made, but she could have left in a rush. The trunk was left open again, could have left in a rush, but there doesn't seem to be any important personal effects left over. So she seems to have taken anything that would be useful with her.
What I would like to do, Ash,
Mm-hmm.
I want to look to see if there's anything like any hair or that like on the bed or is trapped in the trunk or anything like that that might not actually belong to Cassandra.
Okay.
See if there's anything like that.
Yep. Have a roll.
Yep.
Okay,
so like, see
if she's been
Investigation
kidnapped.
or survival?
This would be an investigation still. You're still looking for a particular thing.
Yep. No problem. All good.
Man, I hadn't even considered her being kidnapped. I just was like, yeah, this bitch has run away.
Never mind. I rolled a 6.
We're having trouble with this. I'm very good at investigation, but I'm rolling low.
So, well, you rolled better than me.
All right.
Right.
Storm, your first song is finishing up.
Mm-hmm.
You can continue to play on if you wish, or you can
She's
let the
gonna
room
keep
go to
playing
ease.
until someone gives her a directive otherwise, because as far as she knows, she's been told to distract, and that is her job.
Fair enough.
Why is Storm playing bagpipes?
Really well, mind you.
I didn't want the prying eyes of our classmates to be a distraction, nor did I want to share any pertinent information to the investigation. So I asked her to provide a distraction.
Why are we not sharing with the classmates?
Because we were asked to be very delicate by Bardo.
But Barda did say we could ask them. I mean, out of anyone, if anyone wants to know anything about them, it would be them.
Yes, but then rumors will begin to spread. And who knows where they will go, especially when Leaf and Leaf are involved.
Well, I think Leaf and Leaf can know this question. If anything, it would be Osborne. But I think with Osborne, as long as we state, impress upon him that this is indeed something quite important, I'm pretty sure he will keep his mouth shut, especially if I threaten to fuck him quite hard if he speaks up.
Yes, fair enough.
I think it'd be prudent to at least ask for their opinion or any knowledge they might have. They don't have to help us with the investigation, of course. All they need to do is ask them questions. We don't even need to state that she's missing. Just make it
Indeed.
a curiosity thing.
Yes, let's. You make a very good point. Let's choose our words carefully, but yes, inquire.
Mm-hmm.
So I will leave Cassandra's bedside and cross the room to Storm, and while I'm doing so, I'm going to be like...
Well, in true Storm fashion, she's not paying attention.
Yeah, correct. Storm is not paying attention. She is busy entertaining the room.
What I will do then, I'll just walk over to Chorus.
Actually, I'll roll a perception check to see if she actually does notice that you're trying to get her attention. Nope. That's a nat 1. She
Oh,
does
wow.
not notice. She
I'll
is so
walk over-
enthralled in her playing of the bagpipes that she don't notice a thing.
I mentioned she started dancing around
Mm-hmm.
as she's playing, so she's not even looking at you.
Mm-hmm. Nope.
All right.
Instead of on the bed, she's now leapt over and is dancing on the table in front of Leaf.
Leaf is just hurriedly trying to keep the inkwells away from her.
Right, well,
She didn't even touch the floor. She jumped across there.
Alright. So, I'll walk over to Chorus and just go like, so, Chorus, what do you think happens to what's happened to Cassandra? Just saying it as nonchalantly and relaxes. Well, Thalai is.
He packs away some of his boots into his trunk and then turns and looks at you and goes, I was wondering the same thing. I'm not sure. It's strange for her to not be there. Surely she'd have a good reason.
Duh,
I mean,
like,
I can't imagine her losing her nerve and chickening out, and then no one's seen her either.
Do you think she's been acting strange or anything the last day or so? Last couple of days or so?
The only thing I can think of is, her taking interest in the diplomats. That's strange for her. I mean, suppose she always had a thirst for knowledge, but these ones just seem different. That and she had that book from the library. I don't know how she got that.
What book does she have?
I didn't really get a good look at it, but she had a book. I recognize it as one of the ones from the restricted area, but I think, didn't want to pry.
No, that's fair enough. We both know how Cass can be about our private business.
At that, he kind of just rubs his arm. He's like, "Yep, I remember."
Oh dear. Well, yeah, I see you're getting packed. I'm thankfully pretty light, so I've pretty much got everything on me. I don't have any much else to put away. Yeah, I guess I'll leave it to you. Yeah, I guess we can just hope that she's all right.
Yeah, I'm actually before I move into my new quarters, I'm actually going to go spend some time with my family back home for a bit before we take the role on full time.
Oh, that's actually quite. Yeah, no, fair enough. I hope you have fun at home.
At that, he was going to give you a good solid handshake and go, I appreciate the time we've had together and look forward to hopefully going on a mission or two with you some point in the future.
Likewise, I've only heard you doing great things. It'd be great to actually do something alongside you.
And on that note, congratulations, by the way.
Oh, look, I did not think I'd get it. I thought, if anything, I thought you would, because I knew you were very dedicated to it.
I got close, but
you did. No, we all it was very close. I think we did very well, all of us. We did very well to do as we did.
Just kind of nods for a bit and goes, yeah, and looks around the room a bit and he goes, I will miss this place. But
well,
God, it's good to have a private room.
Yes,
and immediately he looks over straight to Storm.
Well, I am looking forward to undisturbed nights of sleep. That is for sure.
Amen to that.
Amen to that. I'll let you get back to packing. Thanks. It's been good.
All good, mate.
I think upon seeing that Storm is not paying attention to me and I cannot talk her down, I am going to take a leaf out of Thalai's book and will use the discourse to talk to somebody one-on-one. Seems prudent. I'm going to walk over to next to Leaf. I will squat down next to them. I'll pull some of the covers away from their head a bit and say, I'm one of the few people that can make Storm stop. Can we have a word?
They'll open their eye, just one, and just look over and just go, is this a conjugal visit?
Wouldn't you like to know? Regardless, and a mage hand carrying my notebook just floats up into view, and I conjure a quill.
All right. Sits up a little bit. What do you need to know?
At what point in the past 24 hours did you most recently see Cassandra?
In the last 24. Didn't.
Last 48 hours?
She's been skulking around the library a lot.
See.
But I mean, we've all been around there trying to study and everything, so that didn't really come out of ordinary.
Any area in particular?
Would Leaf have seen? No, just, doing some study. Spent most of her time in there. She didn't even go to the training grounds for a bit, which is, odd for her. Normally likes to do a sword play.
I see. Have you spotted anything especially unusual in Cassandra's behavior over the past week or so?
Nah, she's been her usual, keep to herself, stuck up, and, not accepting of our jokes.
Well, can't quite blame her for that.
It's all in good fun.
Indeed. Until someone turns into a dragon.
At that, they'll just kind of pull their covers back a bit. Like, we're not talking about that.
Of course not. Well,
You lied to us.
I had incomplete information. I told you what I knew.
So, what's really going on?
I have a very quizzical mind. I can't seem to shake the fact that something might be wrong with Cass, so I'm investigating it.
Can you roll me a deception?
Okay. That is a 19.
Damn.
Flat roll.
She just looks at you for a bit and just, typical. Always asking questions.
You know me. Thank you for your time. And with Leaf still in view, I'm going to stand up across the room, turn next to Storm, and I will cast Prestidigitation, and I will make the mouthpiece of her bagpipes taste really spicy.
Oh boy, cats have a really sensitive tongue.
Mm-hmm.
Like, really sensitive. All you hear from her is like, ah! Ooh, ah! Ooh, ah!" As she just spits it out. And stops abruptly.
Osborne just stops halfway through and goes, "Who strangled the cat?"
I will turn to Storm and say, Storm, we're going.
Oh, what? What do you mean?
We have to go to the library.
I want to go to the library. Can I look at that one too?
I will...
I'll meet you
What?
there. I'm gonna go get her stuff and bring it with us.
All right.
She's not
Right,
happy.
so-
Her tongue burns.
So you're going to go over to her stuff as well? Have another look? Alice?
Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't realize you were talking to me. Yeah, she's gonna go and have a look at Cass's stuff. She's gonna
Please roll
look
higher
for
than me.
the notebook that she knows Cass always had. Oh
Mhm.
boy, that's terrible. That's a 7.
Right.
Plus 5
Um,
for perception, but not investigation. Her investigation is 0, so it's a 7. Her
Right.
tongue still hurts.
You do
Since
find the
they saw-
notebook that you were looking for. It wasn't exactly in hiding or anything. Kovac had seen it a number of times as well through her searches, but didn't think anything significant of it, having looked through it. It just seemed to be some schoolwork notes. The one thing you do know, seeing as you pay a bit of extra of attention to it, is that you do see that there does seem to be a few pages ripped out. Which is not out of the ordinary necessarily, as she may have just done that to write down some notes and then decided that it wasn't useful. But you were paying extra attention, so looking for specifically anything of interest in the book.
Stormy's going to grab all of her things, dump them onto the blanket on the bed.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, cool. Everything. Everything that is hers. Wrap
After
it
poor
up.
Kovac had just organized it all up and got it ready.
Yep, wrap it up into like a sack, shove it over her shoulder, and drag it out the door with them. She just takes all her things. Everything.
All right.
I
As
have
you wrap it
terrible
up-
strength. I probably can't.
It's not that much. There's not that much there.
Okay.
But as you wrap it up and you pull the sheets back to wrap it all up, the pillow falls onto the floor, and you notice that there's a slight odd bulge in the pillow that looks out of place as it falls to the floor.
She will look at it, because curious cat is curious.
Having a look, you can notice that there seems to be a small cut in the pillow, and something seems to have been pushed inside into the feathers inside.
She will, of course, in the most stealthiest fashion ever, upturn the pillow, feathers everywhere, to acquire what's inside. No, not tip it upside down. She'll just tuft out like this.
Oh, starts pulling the whole thing apart.
No.
So at this point, I assume Thalai and I are exchanging notes and are both agreed that going to the library's restricted section is a good idea. I'm guessing what we've been saying.
Probably before you start hearing that rip,
We just go,
rip
oh.
and just seeing feathers going everywhere. After your destruction of her pillow, you find a small scroll inside, piece of parchment wrapped up. It does seem to match the same kind of parchment from her book, and you notice that it is tied off with 5 separate pieces of string.
She won't touch it other than grab it and put it in the pile and drag it outside with her.
Okay, so you're just taking everything out.
Yep, she's grabbing everything that could be possibly hers and dragging it out into the hallway with them. Okay, I got it, but I think we can go now.
I will adopt
Leaving
like
a trail of feathers.
I'll adopt like the thinnest, fakest smile I can kind of just be like, have a good evening.
Both Thalais and Osborne just kind of stare as you're dragging it past, and the occasional feather is still falling off you that has attached itself as you threw everything around. Chorus just calls up behind, that's not how I would have done it.
I'm gonna, as soon as we're clear of the room, I'm just gonna say, stop dragging the thing. I can fix this, okay?
Okay.
I am going to make this a lot easier for all involved. I'm going to adopt a cross-legged position on the floor. I'm going to pull out my spellbook, and I'm going to begin ritual casting Tenza's floating disc.
Okay.
Or, I will just carry the thing, because we don't have time to do ritual casting.
Really? I want to try this spell.
Later, we don't have we don't have time to sit around as you cast.
Fine.
Sorry. And I will grab the sack and comfortably just carry it in one arm and just go, wait. So, let's find somewhere to put this stuff first.
Let's take it to my room. Corvex,
Why did you?
Do we have our own? We have not been assigned our own rooms yet.
You haven't been shown where your new rooms are yet.
Let's take it to Barnab's room. She won't mind. It's okay. And she just starts heading off.
Okay.
No.
Why
Because
did you?
then,
Come on, let's
if
go.
we put it in Barda's room, when it comes time for people to collect Cassandra's stuff, they will want to know why it's in Barda's room. Where if it was in one of ours, that would make more sense.
We don't have rooms yet. So we'll put it in Barnab's room in the meantime.
No.
It's fine. It's okay. She won't mind. It's alright. Don't worry.
All we have to do is just ask, saying, we want to know where our own rooms are. We'd like to move out a bit early. We just have to ask someone and get our rooms.
But I didn't
That
bring
seems
any of
okay.
my things.
Then you want to go back and get your things. All my stuff is in my bag. I don't have much.
Oh,
I have a few
Yeah.
things.
I would like to go get my maps.
Then
Be
go
back.
get your things. Kovac, do you want to get your things?
I mean, if we're trying this, certainly, and I'll go and pack up my effects. I'll pull out clothes, spare boots, my old guard uniform, which I have for mementos. Probably the medieval fantasy equivalent of an archive box. that was just under her bed, full of like notes and notebooks, and one large sheet of like cowhide that's been cured for like writing on.
Oh, it's your crazy board, isn't it?
It's my crazy board.
Um,
I definitely have a crazy board.
Storm goes over to her bed and there's not a whole lot. Most of the things that are there are like random souvenir trinket things. Like things that are literally meaningless other than she's picked it up along the way and gone, ooh, shiny, and kept it. Like a random rock or flower or leaf or like just, I don't know, a pearl along the way or something. It's a bunch of like eclectic, meaningless stuff. It's probably in a little box, so she'll grab that. There's a scroll case which has a whole bunch of really nonsensical maps in it. You guys have seen these before, but you're just like, these places really can't possibly exist. And if you ask her about it, she always insists, this is home. And you've always guys have just written it off as impossible because it makes no sense. There's no logic behind it whatsoever. And a compass that doesn't point north in a little box. And she'll go retrieve them.
Okay, Jack Sparrow.
Yeah,
Not quite, but yes.
not quite, but something like that.
It's just broken.
How do you break a magnet?
It's Storm.
She's very skilled.
So
All right,
after
you gather up your belongings. How are you going to go about finding out where your room is?
ask Barda?
No, we don't need to disturb Bada. All we have to do is talk to many of the numerous staff that are responsible for cleaning and maintenance of this place. If any of them would have any idea, it would be them. If not them, then I can ask Bada very politely, because if anyone else would know the movement of objects and material in the castle, it would be, not Bada, sorry, the quartermaster.
Brindle.
Brindle. Da.
Well then, yes, I will follow your lead. Would you mind holding this chest? It's a bit heavy.
I'm already holding the sack of Cassandra's.
Oh, okay. I'll just like struggle after him with my big box full of books and papers.
Storm
Look, you're-
has... Oh, sorry. I was gonna say, Storm stuff is pretty small, so she just slung the case over her back. The scroll case. And put, like, the box in a pocket. The things in the pockets, and put the net, like, the chain around her neck.
How big is the chest, Kovac, that you're struggling to carry?
It's the size of an archive box because it tickles me.
I don't know what that is in
Like-
real life, sorry.
That big.
Oh,
like-
sorry. All right. In that case, then he's gonna walk, and hearing you just struggle, just turn,
Boom, boom, boom.
kneel down, grab the box, carefully balance it over his shoulder, and just go like, "Right, let's go."
Thank
owe
you.
me- You owe me. After this is all done, you are going to start doing gym with me, and I will walk off.
If God training couldn't make me stronger, I doubt you can. But we'll see how it goes.
Oh, they weren't motivated. I am motivated.
Storm, as she walks past, whispers to Kovac, "Don't worry, I'm not very good either." And
Yes, but I have very expensive and heavy tastes.
All
you
right.
need to learn to let go. As she walks away
Right.
with her box of trinkets.
Thalai is first going to be on the lookout for any of like the cleaning stuff, anything like that, because he believes at least if anyone was to have advanced knowledge of where people's rooms would be assigned, it's usually them, as they would be people who would have to get the rooms ready for accommodation.
Mhm.
So yeah, just keeping an eye out for any of them.
roll me. Actually, no. Just take a little bit of time. You'd be able to find one after a bit of time.
Yep.
Yeah, it takes you about 10 minutes moving through the castle, heading over to the castle proper. You're leaving the training yards and the area that you've been in for most of your career here. After a moment, you do find one of the assistants, the people who seem to live in here. They live out in the village out front, but they work inside the castle proper as attendants. Yes, how can I help you?
Hi there. We wish to move into our room now. We know it's a little bit early, but to put it frankly, we really want our own rooms now. We understand if they're not perfectly clean yet, but that is fine. We can do that bit ourselves if need be.
You're from the graduating class, aren't you?
Yeah, that is correct.
Ah, yes. Your rooms are almost ready. If you want to get in ahead of time, that's all right. But they will just be doing a bit more cleaning and setting up. But follow me. I will take you to it.
That's much appreciated. Thank you. And I will follow him.
And as he starts leading you down through the corridors, he just continues talking over his shoulder. And your names, I'll need to assign you to your proper rooms.
Oh, of course. I am Thalai. Then
I am Kovac.
I forgot
let's
I
go
was
mic
muted.
yourself.
Yep, cool. I got this. It's fine. Storm. Also, we have Cassandra's things. We are moving them for her. So if you could direct us to her room, that would be good too.
Ah, yes. You're with the granddaughter. Ah, fantastic.
Yeah.
We've heard great things about her. Very
Wow.
well. Over this way.
That really is not a well-kept secret at all, is it?
Secret? But secret.
Never mind.
Oh, you didn't know, did you?
We had our suspicions, but it wasn't expressly stated to us.
Well, I've worked most of my life in here. It's a bit hard for me not to find out things. I mean, I imagine it was just mostly kept secret from the students, so that no favoritism and all that.
Indeed.
what was your name? Sorry.
My name is Jemiah.
Jemiah. How do you spell
Yes.
that? Sorry.
I will put that in the chat for you. Right this way, and it takes him about 5 minutes to take you through the path, and then leads you to a long corridor with several rooms coming off it. And he goes, "Here you are. This is your one, Master Thalai, and down here is Kovac. Yours is down here."
Oh,
And
well, better get to Kovac first. I'm canning Kovac's things for her.
right, down here, and Storm, yours is on the left, just here, and Cassandra's is on the end on the left as well.
Okay. Right. Kovac, here, you're going to need to get it off my shoulder unless
Okay.
you drop it. Yep.
Oh, yes. Okay. This is fine.
I will get the door for you. And
Thank you.
I will put my things in my room, and then I will get Cassandra's things in her room.
Let us all meet in
How much-
Cassandra's room.
All right. How much space are our rooms each? I'm curious to know how spacious.
So the rooms themselves, they're not massive. They're big enough that you have a decently sized bed, a table and chair off to one corner for you to do any study or note keeping that you want to keep. You do have 2 shelves, and there is a small room off to the side that you imagine is a bathroom of some description.
Okay.
But other than that, it's not too big. You've got a little bit of floor space in front of the bed, but it's not massive. But it's enough that you could, do some morning exercises or something if you wanted.
So in theory, it would be kind of like the size of like the yay big.
Yeah, a little bit bigger than that, but yeah, around about there.
All right. So you said there was like a desk for like studying and that.
Correct.
All right. When I get to my room, then I am going to pull out my horn, my tinderbox, mess kit, separate bedroll. There's a horn and the bottle of fine wine that has 5 glasses left in it, as well as a book of magical creatures and the vine thorn, the stab of vine thing.
Yep.
From one of our first adventures, and place them all on the desk in a haphazard but kind of like prepared way that he would know. And then on the walls themselves, is there anything like a set of like hooks or racks or something to hang things?
No, it's just the 2 shells. You could probably put those in yourself if you wanted to, though.
Well, he's thinking about the demo sword that he's got, because he doesn't want to be carrying that around with him all the time. Would that fit on the shelf or on the?
Yeah, the shelves are long enough that could fit on there.
So he'll place that long sword on the shelf, and once he's placed all his stuff down, then he'll go and blah blah. He'll go into Cassandra's room.
Indeed.
Yep.
I will also pack away my things. I'll put the Cobalt Shaman staff just on the top shelf and be all like, yeah. I'm glad that I kept that. Just cover the desk in books and notes and paper and all that stuff, and I'll like think about pinning the hide up on the wall. I'll think better of it, and I'll slide it under my bed again.
Okay.
And once I've done like a cursory unpack, I'll go to Cassandra's room too.
What about you, Storm?
So she walks into her room, dumps everything on the bed, like literally everything except what is attached to her. She leaves the broken compass on, but everything else except for herself. So like she doesn't even bring her staff with her, nothing. She just her person.
Yours is I've just got home from school, toss it all on the bed, don't
dumps
care
it on the
about
bed and then trotters out to the
Trying to go play video
living room.
games.
Yep, pretty much.
All right.
I remember that very well.
No.
Except mine was just on the floor.
Storm, I must know, why did you annihilate a perfectly good pillow?
What do you mean?
You made a mess of a pillow. Why did you do that?
Oh, it was really fun. But there was a thing inside. Did you not
Oh?
notice?
No, I didn't.
Oh, wait.
And then she goes and opens up Cassandra's things, ruffles through them, finds and goes,
This one.
Yes. May I?
It is the scroll with 5 pieces of string wrapped around it.
I will give it a cursory examine.
Can I also have a look at it or assist in a look, whichever works better?
Yeah. What are you looking for?
Yeah, you go.
Storm wants to see if there's any patterns or meaning to the strings on the outside.
I'm concerned that the paper might be dangerous if someone wrapped it 5 times.
Okay. You could roll an Arcana then, if you wanted.
I will roll an Arcana.
If you
With
feel
a
that-
D4!
Am I rolling anything or am I just assisting?
You could roll an insight if you're trying to find out if there's any hidden meaning to the string.
18.
All right. There doesn't seem
That's
to
a
be any magic on it.
16.
Okay,
Hang on,
good.
let me check. Yeah, 16 for me.
All right. It's just 5 pieces of string just tied off.
Are they any particular
Nope.
color? Are they different?
It's just a typical hempen style brown, fraying a little bit. Roughly the same length. They don't seem to have been cut in any particular order or anything like that. It's just 5 pieces of string tied around it.
Who needs
I
5
will-
pieces of string to tie paper together? It's so strange.
It does seem excessive, but I don't detect any magical malice, so I'm going to
Wait. Thalai, what do you think? This seems suspicious to me. I don't like it. It's too organized.
I was just thinking, guys, it's nothing. Just open the top.
I'm just thinking it's the first proper mission and they already don't trust me.
I don't know. and we don't communicate with words on paper. We all speak. We speak our messages. And this is foreign concept. It seems like a waste of resources, personally.
Well,
Yeah. You open up, and inside is what seems to be a fairly hastily written message, definitely in Cassandra's handwriting, but
Mhm.
it just makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. And this is what you see on it. One second.
oh boy,
Ooh.
handouts, but virtual.
I like this.
Just you must coisier has nukujne befix use and so on and so forth.
Comic, stop trying to read it. It's hurting my ears. Don't read that loud. Stop.
I speak 5 languages, and this is none of them.
Well, I speak 2, and it's not the one that I know. So,
The text is definitely in common,
Mhm.
but it just does not make any sense whatsoever.
Must be cipher. Yes. I remember reading in a history book how ciphered messages nearly brought the downfall of the Xel'nari once when they mistook the intentions of a message they were intercepting. Perhaps it's one of
cipher.
those.
huh?
I wonder if I can crack it.
I don't know. That's you're smartest here.
This is absolutely my purview. I'm going to sit down, pull out my notebook, conjure a quill, and we'll begin trying to make sense of this. I'll start with the whole maybe one word's been exchanged for another, and try and start with vowels, especially ones that are alone. I see that N is by itself twice at the start of a sentence, so I suspect that could be an A or an I. Will just begin investigating on that basis.
Okay, so you're trying to associate that is possibly that letter, and then trying to swap out.
Yes, it seems like a fine place to start.
All right, roll me an insight.
Insight.
Can
Okay.
Storm also have a look at it? She's not helping Kovac, because I presume she hasn't said this out loud. So she's just looking at it herself and seeing if she can make any sense of it. Any patterns in the text or whatnot that knowing Cassandra, Storm might be able to make connections to, even if it's like a vague suggestion to help.
Okay.
14.
I'll get you to make me an insight as well,
Okay. Come on, dice, roll good for me.
and this could potentially give you a advantage roll.
16.
16. All right, yeah, you can roll again with advantage.
Heck yeah!
Your first lead, you
14's better.
you kind of start making some sense of some of it, but it doesn't pan out the order that you've gone for. Whilst the N being an A or an I does make sense, you're not finding any pattern to the others based off your current theory or thought.
That's unfortunate. Like, I've written all over this piece of paper with my own notes, and as soon as I think it's not working, I will just present the feather end to the page. We'll run it over, and all of the ink I've put down is just going to erase. And I'll start again.
That's his useful feature.
Extremely. I'm wondering if it's worth. Actually, I'm going to pull out my spellbook and I'm going to begin to ritual cast Identify.
Okay.
Just to see if that's helpful.
All right. In the 10 minutes that Kovac is casting that, does anyone else want to have a try at cracking this
Well,
or something else?
she tried, but it failed. Does Storm remember anything about the language of the Cath, whatever they are, people?
No, you never found out anything about them. The Kalashta.
Kalash. Because she read books and stuff on them as well.
Yeah, you were able to find very, very little information on them other than that they mostly kept to themselves, and that's probably why there's very little information on them.
Okay.
Trying to be cool about this because I, as a player, know that there's a feat that lets you do this. That's not magical. It's just smarts based.
Fuck! It's still the same day as the previous day.
Yep.
But it's also possible that magic could be in play. Like this could be illusory script, which is magical nonsense, which could also have been made by Cassandra. So I'm checking that too.
So you were looking for... Well, you already did an Arcana and recognized that there was no magic on it.
Well then, no. I'm just gonna keep. I'm thinking. Okay, so it's not magical. Probably just a mundane cipher. I'm gonna keep trying. Just gonna keep
Storm is
ramming
just
my head against
staring
this.
at it and staring at it and looking more and more like her face keeps slowly getting closer and closer and closer to the page, and she squints more and more and more until someone swats her face away because I presume she gets too close.
I'd probably just be like writing. As soon as you get too close, I will tickle the end of your nose with the feather and then go back to writing. to like reset you.
Okay. You can have another try at it with either investigation or insight.
Investigation is better. I will choose you. That's another 14.
14.
I will do insight if that's okay. Nope, same roll. 16.
Okay. You imagine that there has to be a key of some description that will help you crack it. Just randomly guessing the cipher would take you ages. There would always be a key to it.
Storm gets bored and goes and looks through the rest of her stuff. Again.
So the insight about the key was Storm, not me?
That'll be insight, yeah.
Okay, so I have no reason to look for a key, so I'm just going to keep trying. Getting increasingly more frustrated as I keep failing.
All right, Storm, you start looking through her stuff again, having a look over it, and you're not seeing anything out of the ordinary. There's nothing here that will give you a clue as to what's going on. There's nothing else written in the same kind of hibbledy. There's no clues here for you, at least that you're finding.
I have a thought.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we should pay a visit to Halas.
How come?
I'm given to understand that there is a spell of comprehend language that might help. Perhaps he knows it.
Perhaps.
I think I figured it out.
Oh? Please share.
I think I figured it out.
Then shit.
Nope, but Storm hasn't figured it out. I think I figured it out. I figured it out. I figured it out. Yes.
I mean, you don't know if you figured it out.
I have. It makes sense.
Okay. I was going to say, if you figured it out, then so did Storm. Yes.
I am deciphering it as we speak. I am an asshole. Yep, I figured it out. I figured it out. I love you all, but I'm sorry I'm an asshole. I'm not going to tell you.
I mean, Storm would know this if you figured it out.
No, I feel like she wouldn't. She hasn't thought of this. I thought of this as me.
That's
Storm
your
didn't
choice.
think of that.
You are Storm.
But that's being meta in the complete opposite way.
Yeah. That's
By
the
you,
reverse.
by you
reverse
saying,
meditation.
Okay,
you're
okay,
reverse
okay,
medicating.
okay, fine. She goes, I got it! I got it! Wait, I have an idea. She grabs a piece of paper, writes down the alphabet,
Mhm.
okay, and grabs the letter from Kovac, just snatches it out of her hands, slaps it down next to her, and just starts scribbling across the page. And you notice as she's writing it, she's counting backwards on the alphabet 5 letters. Which is how many pieces of string there were wrapping on the letter. And she starts writing I, H, A, V, E, F, O, U, N, D, T,
H-E.
H, E,
Okay. And it seems she has figured
L.
it out. And so,
A.
down the bottom here is what you have written down. with
Yes!
the
I figured it
final-
out! I am so smart!
I am so smart.
I'm not that smart. I'm just so
So-
happy because I'm not that smart.
Storm scribbles it out, and what you have got is I found the last clue. It was hidden away in the book as I thought. I'd just been looking in the wrong place. The treasure is real, and if it is real, then the threat must be too. Granddad wouldn't listen. He says it's a myth and to leave it alone. But someone needs to stop it, and if he won't, then I must. It's our duty. I'll go to the temple and recover the treasure. Then he will have to take it seriously.
No.
I feel so smart right now. I'm sorry. I'm not this smart. I'm not this smart, but I am this smart apparently. So excited.
I am. Kovac is annoyed because that's exactly how she was trying to solve this. Just it didn't work. It's like, I was trying to replace the things, and she goes, that is very impressive, Storm. I am very proud of you for recognizing that pattern.
Oh, calm down. Just because she got it before you doesn't mean you have to get yourself all twisted up.
Everything is fine. I am focusing on the task at hand. I will deal with this later. Where is this temple?
The question I want to know is, if Cassandra wrote this, which is all assumptions leading to it, why would she write in cipher if she's only writing to herself?
Maybe she wanted someone to find it.
Yes, but who?
Duh. Exactly then.
Maybe someone who might listen or look for her when she was gone.
That seems very optimistic, but possible.
She was very smart, and I think she knew that we cared about her.
Well, the
Even-
good thing is, if she just spoke to her grandfather, then we can just go to him and go, we know where she's gone. Where was she talking about with you? And we will go and retrieve her.
Indeed.
That seems to be the easiest solution.
This is true.
The sequencing of her text does imply that she found this location and then spoke to her grandfather, which means that she would have divulged those details to him.
Maybe not everything, but enough for us to actually be able to have an idea of where to start, surely.
And if that doesn't work, we can go to the library and try and follow her clues
Does-
there.
Does Storm remember the name of the book she was last reading?
No. You never saw the title of it.
But I know who would know who the last book she read.
The Archivist.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Only if she got it legitimately.
Are you
But I guess-
accusing
Well-
Cassandra of stealing? She doesn't seem the type.
She was granted very special permissions, as we know. It's entirely likely that her access to this restricted section was authorized and therefore logged.
Regardless, I think the Archivist would be our best bet then, because even if Even if she didn't get permission from him to take a book, he might know if there's the book missing.
Indeed. And we may want to speak to the archivist before the Grandmaster, just because he's a very important man and is quite preoccupied.
Duh. I guess, yeah, Barda did say that he was quite busy. He might not.
Yes.
Maybe last a little while if we can't get in.
Yeah, Bardo did say that we probably shouldn't disturb him.
We will if we must, but presently we don't need to.
Okay.
To the library!
Well, hold
Why
on.
do you
Something
sound
Kovac,
so
Kovac
happy?
has been waiting to say for a long time.
How late is it right now?
It is quite early still, actually.
Oh, okay.
You were pulled out of the ceremony, so it's still by early I mean it's early in the afternoon. Early in the afternoon.
Okay.
As you were pulled out of the ceremony, so the ceremony is still going on. The graduation ceremony is still going on. Well, not the ceremony, sorry, the banquet and the feed and talk and everything is still going on back in the main chambers. You just were pulled away. So yeah, it's still fairly early.
I say again, to the library!
To
But
the library.
I guess, would the archivist be there? Would the archivist be at the celebrations?
The archivist wasn't especially engaged with the celebrations and was reading during it. I feel like any chance to slip away would have been taken.
Fair enough, fair enough. I will take your word for it. I wonder how Sam and his scrounging around is going.
Well, I hope that this temple is off Xel'nari grounds. Otherwise, that has been a wild goose chase. It did seem to be a valid course of investigation at the time, though.
I'm sure
Does-
Sam is having a good time as a mouse. He likes being a mouse.
And I assume we're talking as we're going to the library.
Yes, and now you are at the library.
Yes, heck yeah.
Oh, being in here already makes me sleepy.
And this is the library proper, not just the
Yes,
annex
this
that we've
is
been
the
to.
wing that you were never permitted entry to before.
Okay, I'm going to.
Ooh,
well-
very fancy.
Kovac is going to be like, we're here for a job. We're here for a job. We're here for a job, and I'm trying really hard not to pay attention
Come on,
to all the
Kovac.
beautiful books.
Kovac, we will come back. You can come back here after.
I guarantee you, I will. Okay, let's find.
But Jim first.
Yes, let us find the archivist quietly. Storm, remember, it's the library. Be quiet. Speak softly.
And
Oh,
carry a big
oh.
stick.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
You enter into the grand room. It is not massive by library standards. It probably doesn't have every single tome. It's not exactly the Library of Alexandria or something like that. But it is considerably bigger than the small little, annex that you had access to prior that had, maybe a dozen shelves of books. So this is probably information that the Xel'nari have managed to archive themselves over the many years that they've been in existence. There is a small little reading area down in the middle that's a little lowered area for you to work in. And at the far end of the room is the archivist's little desk to himself that he works at. And there are a number of different little people moving around, having a read or looking for information. And you do notice a few Xel'nari members probably gathering information for their next mission.
I will cross the chamber as quietly and quickly as I can, like a very awkward, quiet speed shuffle to avoid disturbing the other patrons.
The one thing you notice as you're crossing the room is you can hear the sound of water and birds cheeping. And as you are crossing the room, you notice that there are a few little sparrows up in one of the trees that are in here.
Oh.
And you notice that the ceiling is, whilst mostly closed off, there are a number of large windows that are open. And it seems that nature is allowed to roam free in here, which does not seem like the best thing to do with books, but who are you to question it?
Storm is
I
very
know.
distracted.
I am walking normally.
Storm
just
does
like,
the
really
classical.
going-
Oh, sorry.
You go on.
Storm does the classical cat thing of like, when a bird flutters around, she just like looks at it, keeps walking and following you guys, but like takes like 1 or 2 steps towards it before she catches herself and like.
Yeah, no.
follows
Every
you
time
guys.
every time you do, like Thalai just has an arm ready to drag you back with the group if need be. But you keep on stepping like back pretty quick, so he hasn't had to pull yet. But he's there. He's ready. If need be.
Alrighty, and before we get into any conversations with the archivist, we'll go on a quick 10-minute break as it is almost 8 o'clock. And
Yes.
we'll need a mass break.
Oh,
And we'll be
wait.
back.
Okay. Okay.
So Alice will take us away to a break.
Hey.
We'll be back
Hey.
soon. Alrighty. Welcome back. We are fresh from our break and in the library. The library.
I have cheese and crackers.
You're a cracker.
Cracker like
I mean, yes, technically, but also rude.
It's okay, we love you for it.
I mean,
Excuse me one moment while I sneeze.
Bless you.
And I'm back. Alright. So, you have come forward to see the archivist. He is sitting at his table. Well, actually, at the moment, he is standing with his back facing towards you, looking through a list of books behind him. He is, as Kovac pointed out previously, he's a warforged. He
yeah,
has
I
a
forgot about that.
backpack on him that seems to always be stuffed full of books as well. And you also notice that there is a small hummingbird actually perched on the back of his backpack.
oh, he's Bastian.
You hear no response.
Excuse me, archivist.
Mistress Kovac. What brings you in
Indeed.
today?
Upon being engaged verbally, I will advance towards the table.
Storm's still like head wildly swinging, like
We have been given our first assignment. It is one of a very delicate and personal nature. We have been advised to urge discretion, but I believe in this instance we need to fully elaborate. Would you agree, Thalai?
Yeah.
Indeed. Cassandra has gone missing, and we have been tasked with locating her. We have reason to suspect that some of the books she has recently checked out of the archive's restricted section have something to do with her current whereabouts. Is it possible for us to see the books she has checked out most recently?
And that he closes the book that he was currently looking at, pushes it into the shelf, and turns to you and looks over you all for a moment. Seems to pause to think, and then, poor Cass. She was one of my favorites. Came in all the time. Yes, I believe I know exactly what book she was last looking at. In fact, I had it just with me just a moment ago. And at that, lifts up the backpack off his back. The little hummingbird flies off to the table. And then starts rummaging through before pulling out the book that you recognize that he was reading while going through the Grand Hall. Yes, it was most curious for her to check this one out. And I was having a look for myself to see what could possibly sparked her interest. And I assumed that it was to do with the diplomats that have come in, but perhaps you were thinking a different reason?
Well, we have obtained a very unusual document from her that makes mention of some kind of temple. As you have more recently read this book than we have, did you see any mention of a temple?
Thinks for a moment, and there are a few mentions of different temples and religious sites and such. You'd have to be a little bit more specific, perhaps.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure if we can. If you could direct us to the page numbers of those mentions, if at all possible, we'll be able to look into it.
Well, it also mentions something about some kind of treasure and great danger.
Yes.
Oh, and the
That-
threat.
Hence the danger. Does that help narrow it down by any chance?
Most curious. Yes, I believe what you're looking for is on page 96, possibly. 96 through to 98. I will leave this
No.
matter in your hands as you have been assigned it, though if you need more information, by all means.
Thank you very much.
And that he puts the book down on the table, opened up to the page, and just pushes it across to you.
Okay.
I will leave you to it, and he walks off.
The whole time,
Oh.
Storm was staring at his hummingbird.
God.
The hummingbird stays on the table, does not leave with him.
Ooh.
Yep, just sits there staring at the hummingbird.
Okay, I will round the table, take a seat at the desk. I will pull out my own notebook, and I will begin transcribing the relevant information into it from these pages.
Imagine if it was that section of the fortress that actually went into that all this fuss was about. That would be irony, I think, right?
Extremely. What?
So the mention in the book is of a temple to Torakosh.
Who?
Torakosh. Torakosh. Who is only ever listed as the guardian of religious piety. And it's only ever referred to as that. Though every time you see the name Torakosh, you also see in brackets Kosh next to it as well, which seems odd to be pointing out, part of the name that's already there.
So, where is this temple?
Oddly enough, despite the fact that the Kalashta Empire is quite far to the west of you, it says mention that it should actually be fairly close and fairly south of where you currently are, of where the Xel'nari are. Judging by your knowledge of the area, you would estimate it would be about a week's travel to find this temple.
If we go on horseback, it would be even faster.
Indeed.
Reading through more of it, you find that Torakosh was apparently murdered in cold blood at some point. The murderer was never found, but the Kalashta had always blamed the Xel'nari for it.
As in, the god was murdered. Sorry, Ash, just to clarify.
You don't know if it was a god or not. You don't know what it is. It's just a guardian of religious piety. That is all it is ever referred to. It's never listed as a holy being or anything like that.
He could be a champion or an avatar of a god,
How do you
as
spell
opposed to an actual god.
Kalishta?
Kalast. Kalashta. And I'm probably barbarically abusing that pronunciation, but that's what
Kalashta, potato, potato.
Interesting. How long ago did this murder occur?
Looking at the dates listed in the book, it would have been about 200 to 300 years ago.
All right.
Okay.
So not a recent event. Looking through it, that apparently the temple was abandoned by the Kalashta after the event, and that they have been segregated away from the Xel'nari and had no interactions with them since that event.
Okay. Is there anything in that stretch of passage that suggests a great treasure or a great danger?
No. Nothing that you seem to notice. There is mention of significant artifacts that belonged to this Torakosh, and you imagine that that could potentially be it. One is of a sword that apparently was able to vanquish all evil, in their own terms. And that is probably the only thing that you see mention of that is potentially a treasure of description.
Was it just the sword?
There's mention of a few other things, but they seem to be more relics of office rather than anything seeming power. They could be of high coin value, but not necessarily something that would, bring about some kind of calamity or anything, or a threat.
Korvik, why would they be having this kosh after Tolokosh thing? What would that be about? I think.
This puzzles me as well. So is this guardian also a Kalishtar?
You believe so. There's no description of them.
Ash,
Mhm.
what can Storm remember about the Kalishtar diplomat?
Just that they were quite pale, but very humanoid with slight elven features to them.
Okay. There was no name mentioned?
No, you never heard their name.
Can I check other parts of the book to see if this like long name brackets short name is repeated with other noteworthy individuals? Perhaps see if it's like a cultural quirk or if it's specific to this person.
So looking over different names in the book, whenever it seems to refer to someone who would be of the Kalashtan Empire, they do have names following the same similar naming convention that it would be one name, and then in brackets there would be the same second part of the name mentioned again.
Oh, I know what this is.
Do you think
Kosh
that...
is the spirit.
Oh, that's what I was just thinking, yeah. I remember reading a little bit about them. I'm not very good at keeping attention for very long, but I did read a little bit that they are like spirit inside of shared person.
Is that not just possession?
No, not if both people are present.
I haven't read.
Like if you and I both were sharing same body, Thalai.
But the thing is, one of us would not belong in that body.
But what if your body or my body was made for the two of us? Or what if it was like cohabitation? Like, I give you permission to live inside my body. That sounds really creepy. Don't do it, please.
I was going to say, I don't think I would fit inside your body. That just makes no sense.
Ew.
Thalai, it's unusual, but not unheard of. The Asimar race of people, pardon me, also possess some otherworldly tether to another individual who is able to guide and advise them.
How
That
strange.
just makes no sense, though. A body should belong to oneself. It should not be shared. Ugh.
Well, it
Where
doesn't have
is-
to make sense to occur.
Where is the archivist?
He left. He walked off.
Is he not still inside, or is he gone completely?
You did not see where he walked off to. He may be still somewhere in the library. I'm not sure.
Storm is going to see if she can find him.
Okay. Is there anything else of note in this book? So I'll keep going through that while Storm wanders off.
I might to then start organizing horses and such for our journey, unless you think there's anything else we need, or we should study here first, because we probably should leave as soon as we can.
I will continue to investigate, but that is a good plan.
Okay, I'll head to the stable, see what I can round up.
If you find Sam, apologize to him for me.
Okay. If I find some, sure.
All right. You Storm, after having a little look around for the library, you do find the archivist at another set of bookshelves. And as soon as you come around the corner looking for him, he turns to you and goes, Mistress Storm, you have more questions.
Yeah, I do. question. There is not very much information about Callista in this book. Do you have more extensive detail in another book?
Unfortunately, we do not have much information on them. They were not willing to share much even when we were once in negotiations with them. And once ties were cut, well, so was the information. But they're here now, and the Grandmaster is hoping that we can re-establish relations, though it does seem odd.
Yeah, I
They,
was going to ask. Do you know why they have come? It is... If they have
Not for me to know, unfortunately. Until it becomes past knowledge, it is not my knowledge.
It seems very strange that they come back now of all time.
It is strange. They have been known to, well, hold a grudge. And they blame us for the death of one of their own, a high-ranking member. I believe one of their Council of Three.
Oh.
But it seems that perhaps old wounds are healing and things are coming together again.
Do you know name of current diplomat who is here from Callista?
Again, it is not past news, so it is not my information to know.
Hmm.
Though I imagine you could probably speak with some of the other members of the Xel'nari, and they may be able to inform you.
This is true.
Or, though I advise against it, seems like a important matter. You could speak with the Grandmaster.
Oh, yeah, I could. Where would I find the Grandmaster?
Potentially in his chambers, though he has been busy of late. He may be in session with the diplomats or out on other matters.
Yeah, he might be in session with diplomat. Perfect.
No. Oh no!
But Archivist, do you have any other books on the races of this land?
There is one or two other books that has mention of them, but as I have said, there is not much information to go about.
No.
Most of our knowledge is contained with that book you now currently possess.
No. I meant all the races of this land. You know, the other races, like, human,
At that,
Asnar.
he gestures to the library in Hall and goes, "Take your pick. Which one are you looking for?"
Oh, what about my people?
At this, you can see there is a visible sign of confusion upon his face, and he goes, "I am not familiar with your people, I must say. You're that of a curiosity to me."
What? You've never seen one like me before here?
"Not among the Xel'nari, no. I have seen stories and tales of people looking similar to you, but I have never been able to track down the whereabouts to them."
Me too.
"Perhaps you could tell me more. I have been most curious since I saw you in the Grand Hall."
Oh, what would you like to know?
"Well, where are you from?"
I come from an island. It was a very long way across the ocean. I don't really know how I survived, to be honest. There was a really, really big storm.
"Perhaps this is why I've not heard of it, but I have charted most of the islands. Curious. If I were to give you a map, could you mark its location?"
Wait! I could bring you my maps! They're not
That
very
would be
They're not
helpful.
very good. I drew them myself from my memory. I could point on a map where I landed when I came back to when I came here with Bada.
This would be good information, though.
Yeah.
As much as I am curious, I do believe you have a more pressing matter to deal with. Perhaps once you have solved the mystery of where Cassandra has gone.
Yeah, okay. Well, I will come and drop off my maps later. Just be careful with them. They're the only ones I have.
My dear, I work with books older than myself. If I was not careful, I would not be a very good librarian, would I?
How old are you?
many have asked, none have found out. And at that, he kind of smiles a bit and turns and starts walking away, putting his arms behind his back, because like.
She like
Carbon
squints
dating.
after him. And then she totters back to the other two. Or Kovac, because I don't know where Thalai went.
Hey, Kovac!
Yes?
Kovac! Okay, so I was speaking to the archivist. Did you know that he doesn't know anything about my people?
Interesting.
Yeah, I thought
I
surely
didn't-
he would know something about my people.
He does seem like the person to know this. Just a moment. I will stand up and I will find the V section.
No, sorry, which section?
The V section. V for Vidalkin.
Yep, no worries. Yeah, you have a look through. It probably takes you only a minute or two to find what you're looking for.
I will find a pertinent book about Vidalkin and I'll go, oh, they have my people in here. Strange. We'll have to come back to that because that is interesting.
Yeah. The archivist asked us when we're done with mission if I could bring my maps. You know the ones I showed you of home?
Yeah.
They're pretty bad, aren't they? But I tried really hard.
You have many skills, Storm, but it's possible that cartography just isn't one of them, and that's okay.
I wanted to remember home. I did my best.
Of course. Now, I finished extracting all the information I can from this book. Thalai has gone to acquire transport.
Yeah, the Callista. Sorry, I got really distracted.
It's okay.
I did also ask the archivist about the Callista. He
Yes?
said that this is the first time that they have made attempt at connecting with us since this event happened.
I saw that in the book as well. I hope that their intents are pure, but if they're not, we'll have to trust that.
He also said that we should go see the Grandmaster because he might be in a conference with Diplomat. It would be a good opportunity.
Let's not. We will, of course, be reporting our findings to Barda and inform her of our departure, as she should know. Actually, while Thalai does this, maybe you should go and talk to Barda, and not the Grandmaster. just Barda.
Yeah, okay.
Oh God.
I can do that.
I'm gonna think hard up into the air and try and see if Wisteria is in range, because like she's been like strafing up and down this castle for hours now.
What is the range for her?
I can connect with her if she is within 100 feet of me.
In that case, no, you would not be able to connect with her at the moment.
However, I'm not sure if that means I can't therefore dismiss her and resummon her.
You should be able to.
Okay, so I'm like, okay, I know Cass isn't here. I will wave my hand in the air. Nothing seems to happen. I'll then go again and conjure Wisteria. I will tell her telepathically, you go with Storm. If it looks like she's going to talk to the Grandmaster, be really obnoxious. And I will then tell Wisteria to jump onto Storm's shoulder and say, Wisteria is going to keep you company.
Bro. Okay.
And then I'm going to go and try and find Halas, because if we're going to a Kalstar temple that has a treasure in it, I might want to know how to read their language. So I'm going to see if, assuming Halas is a wizard, I'm going to see if he has comprehend languages in the spellbook, and if he's okay with me copying it down. just in case.
So,
Alrighty.
just as a heads up, you probably remember that Storm has a bad habit of playing with Wisteria, and Wisteria doesn't necessarily love it.
I'm aware.
Good.
You will owe me 10 gold if this goes poorly.
She has mostly self-control.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
Just,
She's gonna run off to see Butter.
all right. So, Thalai, you are gathering horses.
Duh. I'm only at least 3, because worst comes to worst, Sam can just ride up front with someone. Yeah, so 3 horses, saddlebags, rations, that sort of thing.
Alrighty, you already know from experience that it is an easy method of just going to the stables and requisitioning the horses, and they will be ready for you when you are ready to move out. There is no cost for you.
Okay, that's good. All right, I guess I'll have to see Brindle and get food organized. That's all right.
You
That was
do know that Storm can cook, and she's quite often happy to cook when you guys go on travels, as long as there are supplies to do so.
But we need food. That's the thing. So, Thalai will head off to Brindle to requisition. Let's see. Sam will be coming with us as well. It'll take a week to get there. So we want at least 14. Give us about 2 days to be there itself. 16 per person. That would be.
So 64 person days.
Oh, yeah, 64 days worth of rations. Oh boy. Oh boy, Brindle will be so happy about that. As well as 2 tents. 2 tents, 3 sleeping bags, because I have my own. And I don't know if anyone else has bedroll on that, so I'm gonna say 3 more bedrolls. Right, sorry. Let's get to Brindle, and I will explain everything.
That's all right. Yeah, you can basically just requisition what you want, and just pay the standard fee from the player's handbook for it.
Oh boy. I have 5 gold. That is more than 5 gold. This is not something the Xel'nari can just issue out to us.
They would issue you a week's worth of rations standard.
Okay,
If you want any more than that, you would pay extra on that.
All right. Would I be able to requisition on behalf of other people so they don't have time to come down here to get their food? So I am here collecting.
Correct, you can.
Okay.
Stuff like bedrolls and tents,
I think we've
simple
already
items.
got bedrolls.
Yeah, I believe that all of you already do. Yeah.
Okay.
Those are all standard items that you would have been given a long time ago anyways. It's more of if you want to requisition anything else that's not particularly unique, but, you know, outside of the ordinary still, you can pay the extra if you want to.
Okay.
Just grab that.
No, that's all right. Well, I'll grab a week's worth of rations each. Then, worst comes to worst, we can forage along the road or buy something from the passing village or town if need be. Yep. Grab 2 tents, because tents. How much are tents?
2 gold each. I checked
Yep.
quickly.
Thank you. All right, then I will pay 4 gold for the 2 tents. And that's all I can really afford. So, if anyone else wants anything, they can go see Brindle themselves.
I pass.
But then I'll head back to the stables and start packing away all this gear in like the saddlebags and such like that. Stopping by my room to get all my camping things, so my own personal rations, the mess kit, the tinderbox, my own bedroll, that sort of thing.
Yep, not a problem.
Yep, and I'll wait at the tables for everyone.
Storm, you head back to Barda's office and find her busily scribing away at something, and she looks up and goes, "Ah, Stormy dear, come in.
Huh?
Have you got more information?"
Yeah, we do. Well, okay. Oh boy, where do I start? Wisteria, where do I start? Oh, we found a letter!
A letter? I
Yeah.
assume from Cassandra?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so we went over to our dormitories to try and see if we could find anything of Cassandra's things. So we decided to take everything, except Kovac said that was a bad idea. That I was being too loud and that I should be loud elsewhere. So I played the bagpipes, and it got everybody's attention. It was great. It was a good time. We had a lot of fun. Even. Oh boy, names are hard. Osborne joined me. Even Osborne joined in. We played. It was so good fun, and we danced on the beds and the table. Oh wait, I got distracted. Wait, let me dip this. Yes. So I was looking at Cassandra's things while I was gathering them all up in the blanket, so that we could take them to her new dormitories. I know that we don't. Wait, no, we do. Wait, we did actually do that. Don't laugh, guys. It's sad. And I was grabbing all of her things when I noticed there was a funny little lump in her pillow. And then I pulled out all the feathers, and after I pulled out all the feathers, I found that there was a scroll. And the scroll had 5 pieces of little string wrapped around it. I thought it was really curious, but I was like, now is not the time. We will look at this later. So I put it in the thing, I grab everything, we go into the thing. We take all of the things to her place. And we put it out. Voila! And we were going through it, and I showed the others. And together we cracked the code. It was... Wait, what did Kovac call it? Or was it Thalai? It was...
Normally, Bada is used to your storytelling, so didn't bother to try and interrupt as she knew that would just take longer to get the information out, rather than trying to actually force you to just give the information. But at the last part, she just blinks for a moment and goes, I'm sorry, what? I must have misheard the last bit.
It was a
No, I'm definitely not getting it. You said you cracked the code, but that sounds like that is the code.
I can't do this with a straight face. What? No! No, is the name of it. It's... I will show you! And she, like, writes down, like, a couple of letters. And, like, this takes way longer than it's meant to, because she has to try and figure it out. She's like, this letter, and this letter. And she just, like, does, like, 2 words. She doesn't do a lot. But it takes way longer than necessary. And she goes, okay, this says, I am stum.
Okay, so you've worked out the code.
Yeah.
What does it tell us?
Oh, right. Okay. It was, she say,
I feel like there's like a significant, meaningful eye contact between Barda and Wisteria as Storm is just struggling.
You asked the ADHD child to go and tell a story, man. To recount details. Oh boy.
Talking to your adoptive mum, I thought it would be easier than this.
Yeah, this is why it's so terrible, because she's having so much fun. She's excited and being herself.
okay. There was clue in book that was hidden. No, the hidden was clue in book. And then... and then she says she was looking in wrong place, but there was treasure. And if the treasure was real, then so was the trouble. No, the threat. The threat, not trouble. And then she said that she talked to granddad, so I assume she mean grandfather. No, wait, grandmaster. And that he didn't listen to her when she says it. So, from the sense of the letter, she went to look over it herself.
This is most concerning.
We kept on doing research.
Does it elaborate on what the message is?
Something
And what the
about a
problem is?
myth. She was reading book about Kalishta. We found it kind of suspicious that she looked into book about Kalishta, and then there is also a diplomat that come here after like 300 a year for I don't know, reconciliation. Who knows? But apparently they hold a grudge. Is this true?
I'm not too familiar with them myself. I have not really been involved in the matters of the diplomat's arrival, though I did hear that it was a peculiar one.
Well, apparently there is a temple with a treasure and there is some sort of danger, and Cass has gone to try and see what it is and try and do the good things like she does the good things always.
Have you worked out where it is?
South.
You must leave immediately.
Okay. I think Thalai went to get horses.
Good. Meet up with them, get the rest of them, and go.
Okay. But shouldn't someone talk to the Grandmaster? Don't you think this is all a little bit suspicious?
I will speak to the Grandmaster. He is currently busy, but I will inform him of what we have found out so far. I would much rather not wait till we get bogged down in procedure of getting a team together. Please go forth and I'll arrange for reinforcements to come after.
Okay. But Barda, I'm worried that we all think that maybe the Kalishta might have come here for alternative reasons. So be careful, okay?
We are more than safe here.
You're the only family I have. I hope that nothing happens here, okay?
Don't worry, child. We will be fine. You go find that girl, and you smack her across the back of the head when you find her. Bloody idiot going out on herself.
Okay! I can do this!
And she
And
goes
let her
to
know
walk.
that that's just a sample. I'll be giving her one as well when she gets back.
Roger!
And then she goes to walk out and stops. Runs back over, gives Butter a really big hug.
And Sparta, with her usual demeanor of first stiff, and then finally, and gives you a hug as well.
Hehe. Brow.
And she like rubs up to her. And then she goes, okay, I go now. And she runs off. And she stops when she gets outside. Looks over to the Grandmaster's door. And then runs away. To try and find Kovac. She was tempted.
I imagine if you had have taken even a single step the other way, Wisteria may have started pecking you in the head.
Probably.
No.
Go, Wisteria. Keep it up.
And she runs at full pelt towards Kovac. And then when she gets into the library, Kovac!
I've already left.
Oh dear.
I told you where I was going. I told you I was going to go and find her last, so I'm not there.
She forgot. She went to the library, gets to the table, goes, oh, heck.
One of the assistants immediately turns, casts silence, walks up to just outside the zone of the silence and just and then drops the silence.
Sorry! And then runs out.
Chaotic bean.
True cat.
Yep.
So, Kovac, you are looking for your magical friend.
Indeed, my magical friend.
Yes, and you have no idea where he is. The last time you saw him, he was in the Grand Hall, enjoying the festivities.
I'll try that first.
All right. You enter into the Grand Hall and find that on your approach to the Grand Hall, you find much of the patrons have spilled out into the grounds now, and they're enjoying hors d'oeuvres and drinks while moving around the grounds and discussing. It's still quite a large crowd here. and it is
Mhm.
quite hard for you to be able to locate him. So I will need you to make me a perception check to see if you can find him.
Okay. That's a 5.
You start bobbing your way through the crowd, trying to find him, and you just can't see him. Perhaps he's inside. Maybe he's just not out in the courtyard. But as far as you can tell, he's not out here.
Okay. I will keep looking around. Also, if I see any of my guard buddies, I'll tell them to keep a lookout for him.
You probably would find them. They are in the middle of not bragging, but telling some of their stories to a few members of the Xel'nari initiates that are in the courtyard presently. It's kind of like that, you know. Oh well, you know, you might be cops or something, but we took down one of these kind of things. So yeah, they're telling their story. When you come along to find them, and they're, hey, cover.
Yes.
Tell them about the slashers. You know, the 3 you caught just a few years back.
Yes. A few years ago, I was out investigating several instances of cut and run coin purse slashing, as it were. Lots of a few high value targets were implicated in this, and so I was put on the case after a lengthy and arduous investigation.
And about that point, one of your men kind of just, oh yeah, but you know, there was lots of murder and stuff. It wasn't just as easy as that. And you can see he just deliberately tries to derail the conversation and push it towards a more thing, realizing that he shouldn't have got you to tell the story because you would just tell the exact facts exactly as the facts are.
Indeed.
And not embellish on it to make it a bit more interesting.
That's me.
And he goes, hey, Kovac, what did you want?
Have you seen an elderly gentleman? You may have seen me speak to him previously, and I'll do my best to describe him. I'll just say I'm trying to find some. I'm trying to find him.
Unfortunately, none of them have seen him.
Bother. Well, I've not got much time to lose. I'm going to try and find it. If you see him, come and find me.
Yeah, will do.
Enjoy these rambunctious and completely accurate tales that my friends are telling you.
All right. You head on inside, and I'll get you to make another perception check to see if you do find him inside.
Come on. That is a 21!
All right. He's not inside.
Can I see somebody important who might be able to have, like, given him an office that he might be in?
You can see a number of different ranking members of the Xel'nari. Having not really interacted with many of them, you don't really know who is, as you would say, important. Some could be teachers, some could just be members who go out questing. You're not too sure.
Okay.
You haven't become familiar with them yet.
I will approach somebody. I will approach the most magical-looking one of the more officious people. Because
greetings, child. You are one of the successors, yes?
indeed, I have just graduated. I was wondering if you could help me with something.
Oh, of course. You are a full-fledged member now. Our services are available to you.
Thank you.
How may I assist?
It's merely a case of a person I'm looking for. Do you recall the gentleman, Halas Ramdeen, who was trapped in a mirror for 40 years and was recently rescued?
Ah, yes, I had heard about that. I believe he has been given some quarters here and is to be joining us.
Splendid. I was hoping to speak to him, but I cannot seem to find him at the party. I'm wondering if he has already retired for the evening. Are you aware of where his quarters are?
I believe he has gone into the Major's Tower. If he is retired, I have not seen him myself, but he would probably be up there. If you head back out into the main courtyard, take the first right, follow that path down to the end, and you'll see it. It is one of the larger spires. He
Yes,
will probably be, I believe his new study has been put on the 10th floor.
Splendid. I will go and find him. Thank you very much for your assistance. Oh, brush in that direction. Because any excuse to go to the Mage's Tower. And also Halas.
So heading out to the courtyard and following the directions, it's not hard to find the Mage's Tower. You've probably been able to see some of the top of the spire from the training fields before and always been a bit intrigued by it. It stands out and is pretty obvious as a Mage's Tower in the fact that it has several small floating rings around it that seem to be completely unsupported by anything other than, you assume, magic. You have often wondered their purpose, and you are aware that at the top of the tower there is a brain has gone completely dead. A large telescope as well.
Ah,
So you believe there is some form of observatory built at the top as well.
cool.
Though you have never been inside the tower yourself, so you have no idea what else is contained within.
But now I can, because I'm official.
Yes, you are.
I'm probably very, very keen. But again, tunnel vision. Just focusing on Halas right now. I'll geek out in the library and the Mage's Tower later once I have more time.
You head on into the tower and follow up the directions that you were given up to the floor, and find that it is segregated into 4 large study rooms. They are not marked, however, on the doors. They are just simple wooden doors.
So I'm on the 10th floor, where I was told his quarters would be. I'm gonna knock on the first door.
You're in luck. You happen to find he's won first try. You knock on the door, and you could hear some shuffling from inside, and oh, blast! And then the door opens up, and you can see that he has his goggles down. So first thing you see is magnified eyes right in your face, and you can see that some of his hair is smoking slightly.
I will mutter a quick prestidigitation and will extinguish it.
And he is, oh, yes, thank you very much for that. What can I do for you? It's getting a bit late now. I didn't thought you'd be down celebrating still.
Sadly, no rest for the wicked. We have been given our first official assignment and are about to depart.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We are about to depart and are going to a temple of sorts of another race. I certainly don't wish to make this a habit, but this investigation is of a personal nature, and I would love to be able to do the best I can. Do you have in your spell book comprehend languages?
Yes, I believe I do. I assume you are wishing to copy it into your own.
Yes, please. I have the components, and it will take me only 2 minutes.
Of course, not a problem. You can do so. Just do me a favor. Don't bring back any more mages trapped in mirrors.
Oh, no.
There can only be one.
Yes. Of course, I will pull out my vile expensive ink, crack my book, and I will transcribe comprehend languages into my book.
So, care to tell me a bit more information, or you don't really know all that much yourself, do you, yet?
You may not have met the young Cassandra, and I say this as I'm writing. She is a classmate who has gone missing. We have reason to suspect she's gone to a abandoned Kalashtar temple south of here, and that's why I think comprehending their language might be useful, especially if we are investigating the ruins.
Most intriguing. Well, if you find anything intriguing, magical-wise, bring it back. We'll investigate it together.
Absolutely. I relish any and all opportunities to spend time in your company and in this beautiful tower.
Ancient temples often hold some most intriguing items, so hopefully you'll find something of use.
Fingers crossed. Perhaps some more spell scrolls.
Perhaps. Perhaps.
Okay. And I know full well that my ability to transcribe a spell 10 times, like over 10 times faster than your average wizard is not usual. Is he at all impressed by this? Because I'm like hoping that he likes the
At
style.
first, he just seemed to brush it off, like thinking that it was, just a boast and you would take your time to do it. But as he actually sees you go through it, he's quite impressive work you've got there.
Thank you very much.
I think I see you are well versed in the art. You'll be a quick study then.
It is my father's style, and perhaps in the future, if you're prepared to indulge me, I could learn some more spells from you.
Of course, I've already opened up my research to you for the alchemy. I'm happy to teach you a few spells I know along the way.
Splendid.
Though I will say my forte is in the alchemy.
If what is your chosen school of arcane study, if there is any?
Well, I actually try to focus on the more broader options. I don't really like to hone myself into one particular school.
I'm much the same.
But yes, I kind of gave up the arcane approach and went for a more physical spell manifestation in the form of imbuing it into potions and elixirs.
Have you been able to relocate your garden?
No, not yet. They said that there was a number of plants that would be too dangerous to have here, but I'm confident yet that I can get at least a few of them in.
Lovely. I would gladly lend a hand tending to that too. Regardless, I'm finished. I best not keep my peers waiting. They'll be down at the stables. Thank you so very much for this, Halas. I will come back to you as soon as I can upon my return. It should be about 2 weeks, perhaps a bit more.
Good luck then. I wish you the best of luck, and you said it was a missing classmate. I hope you'll find them.
Yes, me too. Fare thee well, and I will scurry off. Really chuffed that I've got a new spell.
Alrighty. You regather, regroup.
Can I
the...
just make a point? Kovac was all like, "You can't tell anyone about what we're doing," and then goes and tells, immediately blabs to someone about what we're doing.
That's what I was thinking.
It's Senpai Halas. How do I not?
Quite easily, actually.
I gotta. He's being so nice and sharing his spell book. It's knowledge for knowledge. It's the exchange. You've got to be like playing the game.
If Storm finds out, she'll be like, "Hey, that's not fair. I wanted to tell our classmates. We've spent the last 4 years with them."
Storm's not gonna find out.
Kovac!
I find her in like a courtyard, I'm guessing.
Yeah, you'd probably run into her in a courtyard, on her way towards the main group, still celebrating. As she probably was also trying to work her way through finding where Halas was.
I'll take as soon as I hear her and see Wisteria, I'll tell Wisteria to like peck her once and then take off towards me.
Ow! You stupid bird!
And she goes to chase the bird to like whack it, and of course is out of range, and like follows the bird. I'm like,
"Oh, hi, Kovac."
Hello.
She glares at the bird for a second longer.
"Oh, Barda says we should leave straight away."
Indeed. I have what I need. Let's go.
Okay. Wait! I'll meet you at the stables. I presume that's where Thalai is. And she runs off back to her room, grabs her...
He's just like, God damn it.
She goes and grabs her staff and anything else of impertinence for travel and then goes off because she didn't bring any of it with her.
That's correct. You did not.
Yep.
I was wondering if you would remember.
Oh,
Mhm,
yes, I remembered.
Pepperidge Ash remembers.
mhm.
All right. You gather your horses up, gather your equipment, and you start heading off towards south, following the roads. It will take you approximately a week's travel to get to where you roughly know the temple to be. You know that it has been abandoned, and you're unsure if it has been reclaimed since. Is there anything you wish to do along on the road? You do go through the town first before you leave out. So you are going into the market area if you wish to gather anything beforehand.
I have my spontaneous combustion trick.
Korvek, do you have your sleeping bag?
Yes, I do.
Good. Take this, and I will pass one of the tents. That's for you and Storm.
I have to share with Storm.
Unless we, I'm assuming that the women don't also sleep with men. I'm assuming you both would prefer your privacy.
Ah, yes. Old
I am not fussed either
cultural,
way.
old cultural fallbacks of the gender binary. That's fine, and I'll pack
Perfect.
it away.
What's wrong with sleeping in the same tent as me? I don't snore,
No, but you shed.
but I'm warm and fluffy. I make for a good teddy bear to sleep with.
And you shed.
Only when it's too hot.
I'm assuming we also manage to wrangle up Sam, and Sam's riding with us as well.
Yeah.
Sam would have come running over to you, going, "Hey, I found some of her footprints. It seems she did go out, but she went over the south wall.
Mm.
That's why no one found her."
Well, let's explain that. All right. I think you should ride with Storm, as you are both the smallest. No, you should ride. Yes, ride with Storm. You're both the smallest and thus the least strain on the horse.
Yeah, okay.
I have a feeling Sam would probably request his own horse.
Well, would he be able to ride a horse as he's a small halfling? And I don't think a pony would actually be able to keep up with the speed of a horse.
He could ride a horse. He's just not going to be as adept at it. But I think that he's stubborn enough that he would do it anyways.
Not if we convince him otherwise.
Yeah, no, I would then explain to him, it's like, we don't have the time to make sure you're not going to fall off and get yourself injured on this thing. I know you're very proud, but you need to ride double. We don't have a small amount that will keep up with these horses.
Fine. Sighs and jumps up onto the horse.
If it makes you feel better, I'll let you be the steer.
Let's just go.
I
Was that
Very
a
much.
no?
Well,
He'll take the reins.
Okay, and she'll do the feet and he'll do the hands.
All right.
I don't think I have anything else to buy. I don't think. Yeah, I'm good.
All right. Nothing else that is required. You will head out onto the road.
I still have 990 ball bearings.
oh boy.
990.
Well, they come in a bag of 1,000, so. Shit.
You travel out of town, heading southward, following the main road. The journey is pretty easygoing. The road is fairly well traveled, so you do come across a few merchants and traders along the way, both heading in and out of the Xel'nari's way, as you know that market is a fairly big trading hub. And towards the east is a rather large merchant city with naval access, so it's one of the big ports as well. So heading down south is mostly fields. There is a few occasional patches of farmland and a few little small, not necessarily forests, but little clumps of woodland, as well as a bit of hills. Nothing eventful happens on your travels until you reach nightfall and set up your camp. You can potentially set up your camp along the road, or you can, if you want, continue walking through the night, but the horses will need to rest. Depends how fast you want to pick the speed.
Mm,
My magical reserves are spent from the trial. I would suggest a rest if we could.
Yes. Sam, when you spotted her footprints going over the south wall, do you know she made her way to the stable to take the horse, or did she go out? Were you able to?
Unfortunately, I lost her tracks after that. She did try and hide them all by the looks of it, but I managed to find one or two just as she was climbing up the wall.
Fair enough. Well, regardless, we don't want to push the horses. We don't want them getting themselves injured. Worse. Yes, just off the road to be safe as any. It's a major road. Can't imagine too many dangerous things on it. Nonetheless, I guess we'll draw watch.
Of course.
I'll take last watch.
Sam
we'll
goes, I'll take first.
I'll take the second.
Would you like assistance? Or I can take
do.
last watch and I'll wake you all up with bagpipes. It's good alarm.
No, that's
No?
why I'm last watch.
Oh, I can
Thalai
put you to
prepared.
sleep with bagpipes?
No,
Okay.
just. Good night, Sam.
For those taking watch, I'll just get you to roll me a perception.
So it's Sam first,
Mhm.
then me.
Storm will help with middle shift.
Wait, is it 4 shifts or 3? I'm not sure.
You can do as many shifts as you want. Well,
Well, it'd be 4 2-hour shifts. So
Okay,
you have
let's
to
do
sleep
that.
8 hours.
Let's
Yeah,
do
yeah,
that.
so you're on the 4 to 6 hours.
Yes,
So
I
I'll
rolled
go
a
after
s-
Kovic.
Yeah, yeah.
I rolled a 6. I am nose deep in my spell book, and and while no one knows, I am actively conversing with my spell book.
yeah, you spend the 2 hours blissfully unaware of the surroundings as you converse with your spellbook.
I'm just like knees up, drawing, waiting.
Jesus.
Oh, sorry.
We're gonna die because you're laughing at your spell.
Yeah.
My spell book is very funny.
Nothing happens, thankfully. You have a peaceful night as you hand it over to Storm, and then she in turn hands it over to Thalai.
I rolled a 24. For perception. Sorry, I'm really tired. I've had a long day.
And yeah, the night is mostly peaceful.
Oh, Jesus. I rolled a nat 1 for a total of 5.
Despite the fact that two of you were completely oblivious to what was actually happening in the night,
And no one can
the
see in
night
the
was
dark anyway.
uneventful. No one can. It's great. It's gonna
Mhm.
be so good for dungeons.
I did a
Evil woman.
24, okay? I rolled good. Storm was
Yes, and
actually looking out for things, unlike
But-
you guys who were distracted.
I was
You are
looking,
terrible.
I just couldn't see anything.
Can we press our long rest buttons?
You can press your long rest buttons. Yes.
Ah,
You will get yourself a
Yeah.
nice,
thank God.
well-needed rest. And I imagine you
that's
can possibly even sleep in an extra hour or two, just recovering from the stresses of that.
No, I'm
Uh,
ready to go.
Oh,
Yes! I got back all the charges on my Wonder Magic missiles.
Nice.
Heck yeah, all the 6 on that one. And I'm going to change out a spell.
Alrighty.
Study my tome a little bit. I'm going to drop Chromatic Orb for something else.
All right. Was there any discussion that you wanted to have on your way?
Now that we're no longer students, I wonder if we actually get a wage. Things cost money. That was never discussed with us, was it?
Not expressly, no.
Maybe this is where we have to earn our own keep. You know, they were looking after us as students.
No, but that seems like a bad idea because that just opens up people to bribery. They're not getting paid by anything.
Although I think Barda will give us reward for the mission that we are completing. She did commission us to do task. So in theory, this means that there is some sort of recompense at the end of the tunnel. No?
Perhaps.
Do I recall reading in the Xel'nari bylaws about compensation for our time?
Yes. During training, you are cared for, so they take care of all your needs. But once you actually head out, you are paid a wage.
Is a wage based on our performance, or is there a flat rate plus commission of badassery?
It is more of a reward based on the mission that you go on. But whilst you are living, if you choose to live within the Xel'nari walls, they still could take care of your basic needs of like food and everything like that. But you are paid a wage based on kind of like a reward or a bonus or a bounty based on the missions you go on.
So it's like a guild hall almost.
Yeah, almost.
I will share this with my friends and say, yes, I believe you're correct. We should be receiving a compensation upon our return.
It's to encourage action over just letting the wage come in and doing not much.
Yeah. So it's action over idleness.
Oh, that's fair. What about loot and things like that, Skolvik? Did you read anything on that?
Did I?
No, you couldn't find any mention on the proper handling of items to be brought back, other than what you had from your training, which was that they were all to be turned over. But you don't know if that is actually the case when you become a full-fledged member.
We didn't actually turn over any of like the magic items or cool stuff we got from our training dungeon.
You were told that you could keep some of them.
Duh, that's why I have my silvered short sword
You know that typically you were allowed to keep any mundane or non-threatening items. So anything that has dark magics to it or is unknown was to be handed over immediately.
Which kind of
So
makes sense.
you imagine that is possibly still the case, though you have not seen anything to actually state that. You imagine you possibly missed the indoctrination part.
Right, because we got like pulled away. Oh well. I will say, well, not that I'm aware of. I will pull out the wand of magic missiles and say, I was able to keep this, which is delightful.
I mean, that's true. I was able to keep the sword I've got.
I would say, but if we encounter anything,
Swords, I should say. I got swords.
I did not take anything, so I don't know. There was nothing for me to keep.
if we encounter anything impressive in this temple, I'm sure we can recover it. Perhaps, I mean, I suspect if we find anything of cultural significance, the onus is on us to return it to the visiting Kalishtar dignitaries, as it's their property.
Sword, though. That sword sounds like it could be dangerous.
It also sounds like it's their property.
But we don't know exactly why the Xel'nari played the bearer of this weapon.
Well, at the very least, we can hand it over to the Grandmaster, and he can do with it what he wishes.
That seems fair.
Regardless, I hope we get there soon. I am not comfortable riding a horse for this many hours in the day.
Don't know what you're talking about, right? The horse is great fun. Especially nice I can actually ride a horse that actually can carry. Don't have many of them.
I'm far more accustomed to patrolling on foot.
How are you going to build up your strength if you don't push yourself any beyond your limit? Correct?
I am constantly challenging my strength of mind every single day.
Strength of mind is one thing, but you also need to make sure you have a body that is able to withstand. For
You
example,
know-
that chest of yours I had to carry. That was not pathetic, but
I
kind
don't
of sad.
I don't carry those case files with me. I keep them just in case I need to refer to them later.
But what happens if one of us gets injured and you're the only one who can carry us out?
But
I
Kovac,
You don't have the strength for it.
I know how to cast Tensor's floating disc. I can carry up to 500 pounds with that spell.
Kovac, I am not strong, but I am good in combat. Not everything relies on strength, you know.
I think you mean Thalai, not Kovac.
Oh yeah, my bad.
I
Sorry.
am never stating. I acknowledge the fact that Kovac is very strong in mind and in fact can do many wonderful things in combat. But I am talking about things that magic cannot solve.
I don't follow.
Magic cannot solve everything. Sometimes you have to rely on what physical resources you have within yourself.
I think you mean magic cannot solve everything yet.
What if there is no magic?
If magic, we did study about things about anti-magic fields and such. What would you do then?
If we find ourselves at such a high-risk environment, I would hope to myself possess the power to dispel such a field.
But there is
But
no
how
magic.
can you just?
I believe I would stand a chance if I was outside the field.
What if your ability to cast your spell is not as far as the range of the spell that is preventing your skill to make magic? Yeah.
I'm looking into this.
Okay.
I have a few bits of research I'm working on. They are still in the early stages, but I'm hopeful.
Fair enough. I made my point. Regardless, don't think this isn't getting you out of doing gym with you. You still owe me.
I respect the point that you make, Thalai, but I come from a very academic family of a very academic people. Our minds are first and foremost in most affairs.
I mean, you could be the first strong academic person in your family.
No, that was my grandfather, and he died in an arm wrestling contest.
I'm sorry, what? Arm wrestling contest?
Very
Storm-
high stakes.
Storm is laughing so hard she almost falls off the horse, and I'm pretty
Wait.
sure Sam just like gets annoyed at her.
I'm sorry, but how do you die wrestling with someone's arm?
Both hands were that of Bigby.
But that's not physical magic then. That's a spell.
Potato, potato.
No. No. Never.
Just the mental image of that is
Just
fantastic.
like Havadalkin and some other magic user both like struggling with Bigby's hands, going, "Oh!"
I mean, prior to you saying that, I was imagining some form of somehow doing Russian roulette, but with arm wrestling.
That's also funny.
Oh god.
Putting like a
It's mage style
Or-
arm wrestling.
no, it's you're doing the arm wrestling, but on either side of you is an orb of annihilation. So
Oh! Now that's next level, man.
I accept.
could also work for tug of war. Put the orb in the middle.
Oh,
Mhm.
God. Wait. That makes no sense then, because you want to stop the orb from coming to you, so you don't want to tug of war.
No,
doesn't
no,
work.
you don't move the orb. You pull the other team into the orb.
Ah, right, of course.
I'm okay with any of this headcanon. It's all fodder for the autobiography.
All right.
All right, your next few days' travel go off without a hitch, following much of the same routine, taking watch, having a look over, following on down the road. You pass a few more merchants along the way, as well as a returning Xel'nari member who just gives you like a nod of congratulations. It seems that they have acknowledged that you are, new members, as you do not actually have a badge of office yet either.
Badges?
Actually, seeing that Xel'nari member, I will ask him if he has seen Cassandra.
I assume you'd give a description.
Yeah.
Actually, would he have?
And
Yes,
same.
I did see a girl fitting that description who passed by about a day's travel ago.
Was she on horseback or on foot?
She was on horse, traveling like the wind as well. Poor thing.
Hopefully, we'll be able to catch up to her soon. Or at least find out facts. Thank you. It's good to know we're at least on the right trail. Safe travels with you.
And to you too. I hope your mission goes well.
He is hoping. Yeah, and right off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like Storm, just before they take off, gives the random guard a flower.
Okay. Just one off the ground.
I feel like she's on the journey, been collecting random flowers just every time they stop. So she just pulls one out of her pocket and gives it to him.
Thank you for your help. Goodbye.
And then
Just gives you a nod as you go and kind of looks over the flower. Puts it in his hair.
Oh.
All right. On the final day of your travel, you come across a town. The town itself is off to the side of the road. You can see it's a well-traveled road, and you imagine that it would probably get a fair amount of merchants coming through. The only large building in the town is that of its tavern. The town itself consists of maybe a dozen other buildings, all of which seem to be farming in nature, or to deal with livestock. The place itself seems fairly run down, despite the fact that it would be a major thoroughfare, and the tavern probably brings in quite a lot of coin for merchants stopping over. And you've got about another half day's travel before you reach your destination from here. If you wish to step in at the town to rest. If not, you may continue on.
Is it nightfall or?
It's coming up to nightfall now, yes.
have we seen any sign of Callista?
No, none at all.
This does seem like a more comfortable respite than the tents, especially considering how potentially challenging our tomorrow may be.
Can I do an insight check on like any of the people we might sort of pass by in this town or see near this town, and just be like get a beat on like the kind of people they are? Like, do they look worse for wear? Do they look comfortable? Do they look friendly? Do they look thuggish? Like, what kind of
Yeah, you
sense
can roll
do
an
I get
insight.
from the people?
You can roll an insight. Go for it.
Oh, I lost the dice. Oh, that was a good
Oh
roll.
no.
It's 15. It's okay.
15. Having a look at one of the two people in the fields out in the farms, they just look like general villagers. They don't seem to be particularly welcoming or particularly hostile. They haven't really acknowledged your existence at the moment as you're coming down the road. They're going about their day's labor and finishing up by the looks of it, so probably packing up.
Okay, so nothing out of nothing potentially out of the norm.
No, not particularly,
at
no.
this point anyway. Okay.
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I mean, if Cassandra's moved on, we should wait. Try and move as far as we can. If she gets herself hurt in the temple, the sooner we get her.
You want to try and ride through the night?
Not through the night, but I don't think we should stop here. Keep riding until we start losing.
But what if the people here have something to say about the temple?
Good point.
Wouldn't it be a good idea to talk to them? We should go to the tavern. Bardo once told me that the tavern is a great place to find information. Because, wait, what did she say? She said the barkeeper is like the friend to everyone. They hear everyone's tales with a bit of ale.
Duh, but does not mean he'll share those tales.
She also said that they will usually share for the right price. I don't know what that means.
It means that we have to pay them.
Oh.
Well, I don't know about you, but I don't have money for it.
She puts her hand in her pocket and pulls out 5 gold and goes,
I have this.
Well, if we're going to be staying, then we have to be able to pay for the. Plus, we may as well actually get a hot meal while we're here.
Hey,
You know?
my cooking's not that bad.
Stabling the horses could also cost us too. I don't know.
We don't have to stay in the tavern, but we should
If
at
we're
least
going-
talk to them.
If we're going to be asking questions, they're probably wanting us to pay for.
Of course.
But-
That is. Yes.
Well, I don't know. I think it's worth to just move as fast as we can. If we're lucky, we actually might be able to get to Cass before she gets to the temple.
By the sounds of what that other Xel'nari said, it seems as though she was pushing her horse to its limit. I feel like she's traveling as fast as we could, but has a day on us, which means she's probably already there.
Yeah, this is true, but we should never go into a situation without all information possible. What if we go there and there is like dragon, like last time, you know?
Well, in that case, then it'd be all the reason we should be there sooner to make sure that Cassandra doesn't perish facing a dragon herself.
Yeah, but if we know that we're going into a situation with dragon, we can at least be prepared. Is probably better, you know?
Also, we should enter at our best. We are no use to her if we are exhausted.
This is also true. If we keep riding, we're going to be tired. We could...
how much further along do we suspect that the temple is from here?
About another half day travel,
So another like 12 hours.
approximately.
Yeah.
No, it would be closer to 8 hours.
It wouldn't surprise me if Cassandra arrived and chose to rest as well. Though she was rushing. Oh, I'm not sure.
I think
mean,
we should
We
rest.
could actually, I think we could actually ride through the night if one person stays awake guiding the horses.
At
And the
that,
horses,
at that, I imagine Sam would actually step in and say, "No way! Pushing the horses like that is dangerous for them.
not at the gallop, but maybe at a slow walk.
The horses need to rest as well."
Thalai, if Cassandra is in trouble, then she's already in trouble. All we can do is our best, and to do our best, we need to be at our best. I think we should go in well informed. There is no point all of us being in trouble instead of one. Let us rest here for now. We will find out what we can, and we will find her tomorrow.
Well, regardless, I am outvoted. I said my piece. Let's go to town.
You make
Yeah,
Go.
never mind. Keep going. It's all good.
you make your way into town and head on over to the stables attached to the side of the main tavern. The tavern itself dominates most of this town. It's 2 stories. The tavern below and the lodging rooms up above, as well as the attached stables. The size alone is almost that of every other building combined. And unlike the rest of the buildings, which seem a little bit run down, this place seems quite well established. It's not fancy or anything, but it's in good condition.
Splendid. And as we're traveling in, is this town large enough to have like a guard outpost?
You imagine there is probably a local militia from a larger city nearby, but it's probably just a single guard that lives in residence here.
So there's no Xel'nari presence here.
The Xel'nari head through this area quite frequently, but there's no presence like maintained here. Sorry, say that again.
Rory?
I've got one more question because I haven't been able to. I've got one more question because hello, words. Words.
Looks like there is a little bit of lag.
Oh no, it's a lot of lag. Why does this happen every week?
Oh dear.
Be right back.
Oh no, we lost him.
Thus, Kovac was never seen again.
Welcome back.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Oh no. Why, internet? Why?
Can you hear us, Rory?
That's a 5-second ping.
Well, that's bad, even by
That's-
his standards.
Oh.
That's pretty bad.
Am I good? Are you good?
We can see you now.
Move me. I can, but I've got a 5-second ping.
Oh, it's much more than 5 seconds if you only just heard that. Like 10, 15 seconds. Jesus.
I'm gonna try
Oh,
again.
yeah. We seem to have some technical difficulties with our local wizard. I'll let you know as we wait for Rory to come in. The name of the tavern is the Foamy Flagon.
I'm good. It's fine.
You can hear us?
Hello. We're good.
Can you hear
Yay.
us?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yay! Yay!
Everything's fine. Ash, one question.
Answer.
I get to use this because I like that I get to use this. As a feature of my City Watch and Investigator background,
Mm-hmm.
I would like to know, it says, my experience in enforcing the law and dealing with lawbreakers gives you a feel for local laws and criminals. I can easily find the local outpost of the Watch or a similar organization, and just as easily pick out the dens of criminal activity in a community.
Mm-hmm.
Do I spot any dens of criminal activity in this community?
Your immediate thought is if there is anything dodgy happening, it's most likely happening at the tavern.
That tracks.
A place that has wealth beyond the rest of the town by the looks of it. Obviously something is not being distributed correctly, and that would be the wealth.
The
Also,
1%
you may
of
have
the
missed
total.
it. The name of the tavern is the Foamy Flagon.
Foamy Flagon, that's adorable. How misleading.
You head on inside, and inside, again, it looks much like the outside. It is fairly well established, but it's nothing to write home about. It's not a 5-star resort or anything like that. It's a comfortable inn with a nice fire roaring in the middle and a number of tables set aside. There are a few patrons inside. Looks like a few merchants. As well as a table set aside into the corner where a number of mercenaries have set up, and you imagine they are probably a hired escort for the merchants. And they have taken to hiding in the corner and brooding, as they like to do.
There's no point poking them. Let's start as this is me to go on. Being friendly. Shoulder up next to Thalai, walk up to the barkeep and ask for 2 rooms.
And lodgings for 3 horses.
All right.
Yes, that's
The barkeep is a half elf. He's fairly well built for a half elf, and has a quite tanned skin. And he has that rough look about him of, someone who's probably been working in this tavern for most of his life. And upon approaching, he goes, "Well met. You have the air of Xel'nari about you. Would I be right in saying so?"
How did you know?
I will reply in Elvish and say, very observant of you, friend.
So, what can I do for the Xel'nari? Looking for lodging, or is it the usual information?
Both.
Yes.
Well, you look new here, so I'll just say that there is fees for both, if you understand my meaning.
I do indeed. How about we start with the 2 bedrooms and 3 slots in the stables?
2 bedrooms, 3 slots. The bedrooms will cost you 16 silver pieces, and the lodging for the horses will be 15.
I will pay that.
You also notice immediately, having been through a number of different taverns in your time, that whilst this place is fairly decent, that is above the usual cost that you would normally pay for a place like this.
Yeah, I was about to say. I'm sus.
Can I do an insight check on him?
You can.
Just like, how much does he take us for fools? That's a 14.
It's not that you don't get the idea that he's taking you for fools. It's more of he's probably well aware that it's the only place in the local area, and so will charge whatever the damn well he wants.
I want to be really rude in a certain way. Does the Xel'nari have any jurisdiction over health code violations?
Not unless it is deemed to breach keeping the peace.
Fine. I want to be all your tavern's dirty, give us a discount. And use flowery language.
I mean, you can certainly try.
Storm's just gonna look at him and go,
That's a little bit expensive, don't you think?
He looks over at her and goes, "Perhaps, but I'm the only tavern around. So you can choose that, or you can take the hay out in the fields."
Personally, I really like the hay in the fields. Have you slept on the hay in the fields recently? It's actually really quite cushy.
He just kind of looks at you for a moment, shakes his head, and looks back to Kovac and goes, "So I take it you're the one who does all the talking for your group?"
Not necessarily.
Storm pulls out a flower and goes,
That's a little bit rude. I like to talk a lot. Here, a gift from our travels for you.
Can you roll me persuasion, please?
Oh shit, this is gonna go so bad. 6.
Yeah, he kind of picks up the flower and just. It's not changing the price. And
Would
just puts it down
labor
on the counter.
change the price?
Would labor? Depends what you're offering.
Are you in need of someone to tidy up vacant tables and clean dishes?
Suppose I could get you to do that for the night, yes.
You certainly could get someone to do that.
Good sir, I will
I could
say...
be convinced to drop the price by... we'll say 5 silver pieces.
10.
Roll a persuasion.
Oh God, why do I do this to myself? 11.
No, it will be 5. 10 would be
Alright.
daylight robbery.
You would know all about that, wouldn't you?
At that, he just...
I'll say, fine. What was it? 26 silver then?
He does the math again. He says, like, right you are.
Right, I will pay that.
Now, there is that other matter of hand that you were intrigued by. Information.
I made a mistake. I didn't start subtracting. It's
The
fine.
secret to wealth, just add money instead of subtracting it.
Oh, Electrum, that makes sense.
It's the secret that the banks don't want you to know. Welcome to
There we
COVID's
go.
pyramid scheme.
Okay, okay, we're good. I will turn to Thalai and say, perhaps you can field this part of the inquiry. I have something to do, and I will hop up onto the bar, crack my book, and start ritual casting Unseen Servant. Because I'm not buzzing tables.
Storm will look at she's been looking at him quite grumpily this whole time, and she's just gonna look at him and say, "You need to learn kindness when it looks you in the face." And she like walks off.
He just watches her go and then turns to Thalai, still at the counter, and goes, "Kindness never earned me a copper."
Right.
Well, she's gonna go, by the way, sit in a relatively open corner, pull out her bagpipes.
Oh no.
About to talk, and I realize, hold on a moment. Turn, look at her, and I just go, "Don't do it."
She can't hear you.
No, I'm saying very loudly, "Don't do it, Storm."
She's gonna look at you with
Hey,
a
pull the
face
rooms.
of defiance.
I will break them. And you know that's not an idle threat, because he broke the first set, and this is your second.
She picks up her bagpipes, walks out the front door, and then proceeds to play from outside. She can't get kicked out if she's outside already.
At that, the barkeep starts rushing around the counter, going, "What the bloody devil is she doing? She doesn't realize this is a farming village. People are trying to sleep." Rushes out the door to yell at her.
Whenever he talks, she blows into the bagpipes. She's giving him the Osborne treatment.
Oh.
And she's giving him the look of, "You're an asshole, why should I listen to you?"
At this point, I am
He just turns, storms back inside, walks straight up to Kovac, slams back the coins on the table, and goes, "You're all out.
Damn it.
You're not welcome if you've got her with her."
I'm gonna scoop up the coin, close my book, begrudgingly walk outside, and I will make I will make Storm's like bagpipe mouthpiece incredibly cold.
She spits it out. Kovac!
We've just been barred from the tavern.
What do I care?
I
Well,
was hoping for a bed.
and also, you wanted information. We now
He's-
don't have access to information.
He's not worth it. And before they leave, she casts levitate on him.
On the, you're
Oh,
gonna go back inside and cast
no,
levitate.
no.
I
because-
mean...
No,
Oh, okay.
'cause that
Only
is
if she could see him
assault.
from the outside.
No, that is assault. And then we have to actually arrest you for harassing the public.
Well, she
That is
can't see
us.
him, so it's fine.
You cannot do that.
She's out of the Xel'nari for a few days and she's already breaking the rules.
Well,
yeah.
Well, thanks to that, we may as well just keep on pushing forward.
He was obstructing justice, as
No, he
Kovac
was
would
not.
say.
He was not, and he had a very good point that you distracting him was putting everyone in this village at disadvantage because it's, as he said, it's a farming village and people sleep.
He was an
It's
asshole.
not. Doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that other people should suffer for his hubris.
Storm,
You're
You
being a
have to-
petulant child at this.
you have to deal with assholes in this business.
But I don't want to. They're
Then you
so
should not-
mean.
Then you shouldn't be in this line of work. If you can't do it.
I didn't really have a choice, you know.
Yes, you did. You very much did. You chose to do this.
No, I didn't. I had nowhere else to go.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were referring to you blowing the bagpipes, not.
Indeed, you chose to cause a scene and play your bagpipes simply because you didn't receive the response you were hoping for from that gentleman. Some people are just difficult, and it is up to us to rise above, take the high ground, and be better than they are.
Or at least if you are going to get revenge on them, do it in a way that one, can't be tied back to you, and two, doesn't put anyone else at disadvantage.
At this, she puts the bagpipes down and looks at him like she's just heard gold. And she's like,
Oh, I see.
okay!
No, and I will grab her. Now, however, we are leaving because we have overstayed our welcome here, and if we stay here any longer, we'll probably get the guard code on us, and that is not a good look to the Xel'nari or Bada, is it?
It is.
Okay.
It is not a good look, though. I don't believe a single guard would be an issue to us.
No, but of course not. But then that guard would send word over to back to the Xel'nari.
Storm.
Don't
We need to-
forget, your actions no longer reflect just upon yourself, but the organization that we work upon.
Yeah,
We
need to-
okay.
We need to work on your interpersonal skills. It's okay.
My
I-
interpersonal skills are not the problem. His are.
Y-
They're terrible.
you can read the notes I took on a seminar a few years ago. They
Now
should
I
be
have
quite
to do
enlightening for you.
homework? Oh,
Yes.
this is the
Yes,
worst
you
mission
do.
ever.
Kovac, you
Yes?
you go on ahead with Sam and Storm. I will see if I can actually get some information that would keep
That would be
And-
appreciated.
move things over because I feel like that after we are all done with this, we actually might want to sleep in.
Also,
So you guys go.
I didn't think it was that late.
So you guys go ahead. I will head back into the tavern and try and make amends.
I will lead the horses off somewhere. Find somewhere out of town. Maybe put like a hill between us and the town in case Storm tries to play some morning bagpipes. And just find somewhere nice, off the road a bit.
Alrighty.
Yeah. So I'll walk back in.
Mhm.
Go up
The
to the bar.
Tavern Keep just is staring daggers at you as you walk in, but like just cleaning the cup, you know, the typical Tavern Keep thing. and just waits till you walk over and goes,
She is gone. She is gone. It is just me. And I am so sorry. She is very stubborn and prideful. Does not like when things don't go. I am so sorry for this.
fair enough.
And I will actually slip out a gold coin and just go, this is for the troubles that you had to deal with. And give him a gold.
He immediately puts his hand over it, looks around to make sure that the mercenaries didn't see it, because, gold coin's still quite a lot of money, and then just slides it over and goes, finally, someone who understands business. So, Mr. Xel'nari, go with that. I don't need to know your name. You don't need to know anything about me. What information are you after?
Well, we have two things we're interested in. Firstly, did and I will give Cassandra's description.
Mhm.
Stop by in this town.
Yes, came through about a night and about 2 days ago, nearly.
Geez, she picked up speed.
It was late in the afternoon, so about 2 nights ago.
All right.
She came in asking about the temple up the road. I told her the same thing I'll tell you if you're going after her.
Yes, we are.
That place is cursed, it's haunted, and I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
What haunts the place? What's this curse?
Bugger if I know. It's the stories that go around here. Probably just, old wise tales to keep the kids at bay, but all I know is anyone who has gone exploring it, calls of howling and moaning and screaming at night and singing things over their shoulder and all that. Nothing bad's ever happened, but
So no one's gone missing or anything that's actually explored this. At least not in recent
not that I'm aware of. I've been working this tavern for 25 years now. Nothing.
Well, thank you for that. I do hope that we can actually partake of your services and the return trip. And I promise that she will be on her best behavior and not causing any troubles. If that would be acceptable.
Your patronage is always welcome here, but I'd keep her on a leash if I was you.
We will make sure she does not have the bagpipes.
Smart move. I got no problem with her playing her music, just at an appropriate hour.
As I said, she's very willful and where she sometimes doesn't her actions.
A pleasure doing business with you.
I just understand how things work sometimes. Have a pleasant evening. We're on our way.
To you too.
And now I am officially broke.
Oh,
With that gold coin I spent, I have no money left.
I feel like Storm would pay you back for the tent.
He's not well, I was gonna say he's not telling anyone that he spent the gold.
No, but she would probably give you the 2 gold for the tent at some point.
Oh, okay then. Well, in that case then, I have 2 gold to my name.
So, yeah.
Yay.
so,
Alright.
do we find somewhere good to rest?
Yeah, you find a nice little clearing off to the side, just outside of town. It's kind of like tucked away into a tree at the edge of a farm. So you've got a little bit of cover, and it will also block the smoke from getting up too high.
Thalai, by the time you find us, I feel like Kovac is just sitting in the grass reading a book, and the tent is putting itself up.
Storm has wandered off to pick flowers.
I was gonna say, is the campsite within sight of the road? Like, am I able to see it right?
Yeah, you'd probably. I imagine it would be. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. So I'll ride up. So Cassandra did come this way. She picked up speed. She was here 2 nights ago.
Really? Good heavens!
No. And the tavern keep says that she headed towards the temple.
Of course. Any
Lots of-
word on its dangers?
Not necessarily of its dangers, but basically, rumors go that it's haunted or cursed. People who have explored it have come back, but they have talked about hearing moaning and wailing and things like that.
Hmm. Spirits.
Potentially.
That should be interesting.
The Tavern Keep also said we are welcome to have patronage on our journey back as long as we keep her on a short leash. I already
You
promised
want to
her.
hope that Storm's not in earshot when you say that, because she'll pummel you.
That's why I paused. I already promised we at least take the bagpipes off her before we go.
We have several days to attempt this. If nothing else, while she sleeps, I can place a blockage in her pipes.
Perhaps. Regardless. Yeah. Well, here's hoping. Otherwise, I guess we'll sleep. Journey out as early as we can, and well, she's already got nearly 2 days head start on us. Just hope that she hasn't left by the time we get there. What's happened to her? I mean, if she manages to get herself out, it's good and well, that'll be good, but well, the tales never go like that, do they?
Indeed. I'm given to understand that if there is in fact a spirit inside, it may well have possessed her.
No, that's not going to be good. We don't have the means to exercise spirits, do we?
Brute force may cause the spirit to choose to relocate once the host is no longer viable, which I do not relish, but it may be our only recourse. Regardless, as we're talking, I've flipped to the page of my book that says sleep, and I've gone, certain spells may not be as effective as I would like against such a foe. But I can adapt.
Well,
Storm eventually returns with like a bunch of flowers and a flower crown for each of you. And a stick in hand, which she proclaims,
Look, I found a stick that looks like what's the really grumpy one that is in charge of all the things?
Brindle.
Yeah, look, it looks like Brindle.
I pull out my wand and I ignite the stick on fire.
That's not a very nice thing to do to Brindle, even if Brindle is a stick.
and then she puts the stick out in the mud and leaves it there because she's a stick in the mud.
I'm going to bed. Wake me up for the last watch.
Wait!
Puts a flower crown on your head
Okay, that's better.
and then goes over to Kovek, puts a flower crown on Kovek's head.
The moment I duck into the tent, I take off the flower crown and just set it out outside the tent.
She doesn't pay attention.
Yeah, that's all.
I will
But
stand.
you know, to lie, he doesn't sleep with anything on. That includes flower crowns.
I will stand and I will put the flower crown on my unseen servant.
And she puts a flower crown on Sam as well.
So as the unseen servant is walking around the area, like gathering firewood or something, just like a fire crown bobbing up and down. Adorable.
Yeah, Storm actually looks pretty giddy at that. Just like,
I thought you might like it.
I do.
Now, shall we turn it?
First, I want to say I'm sorry.
Why are you sorry?
For making trouble.
Okay, well, good news. I have some late night reading for us. And I pull out a pamphlet and just says, interpersonal relations are of the utmost importance for all operatives of the Xel'nari. As such, and I just trail.
Oh. Look, Kovek, I can't help it that you people are all strange and awful. You're
Please
all
hold-
awful.
Please hold all questions until the end of
That was not
of the-
question, it's
the
statement.
lecture. Thank you.
It's statement. The people back home are so much more, well, nicer is not technically the word I would use, but they're at least more amicable.
Quiet up, please. I'm trying to sleep.
Hey, Kovek, I found a spell that you need to learn.
Yes.
It's called silence. Or at least, that's what I think it is. You see, when I was at the library, I was being really loud, and then they cast a spell at me, and I was all of a sudden in dead quiet. You need one so you can cast it on Thalai so he can't hear us when we talk.
I'm gonna pull out my spell book again. Look at the page that's like trying to extrapolate, modify, and intensify the magical properties of the magic missile spell, and I'm like, no, I think I'll keep working on this one, but I will investigate that in the future.
I think you would have many applicable uses, you know?
I have seen it used in the field against other spellcasters, so perhaps as we face more intimidating foes, it could be quite useful.
I think a really effective way of fighting against spellcasters is to just chop them in the throat and then they can't speak.
All spells.
Knock them out. Smack.
While we're here, and I pull out the wand of magic missiles. Who would you like to
Yes! Okay, I'm
try
ready to
and
go.
practice catching these? Okay, I'm going to walk back about 20 feet. Yeah. All right then. Are you ready?
Okay, go. Come at me.
And I cast a first level, send 3 bolts of magic at her.
She tries to catch one and throw it back. Tries being the operative word there.
And to catch a magic missile.
Roll that damage.
Rolling the damage. Because there's no way she's catching it. It's like she grabs it and it just keeps on going, and she punches herself in the face. Oh, I rolled low. Good job. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Take 7 damage.
7? Okay. 7. Okay. She's gonna like, oh, that hurt. Oh, one more time. Let's try this again. One more time. One more.
Really?
Da. And as she's
You're
crashing
sure?
down, she reaches into a pocket, pulls out a handful of ball bearings, and poses again, and waits.
All right. I'll send out 3 more magic missiles.
As it hits her, she pretends to catch it and throws the ball bearings. And go back.
Mm-hmm. Take 10 points of damage.
Oh, ouch.
She's nearly goddamn dead.
You wanted this. You asked me for this one.
Do I hit her with the ball bearings?
Roll the hit.
Yeah.
Persist with it.
That's an 8.
Plus?
I don't know. What do I add for an improvised weapon? Does it count as like a
It'd be
monk
plus your
weapon?
dexterity.
It's a 10. It doesn't hit.
No, it doesn't.
A few ball bearings tink against you, but just like drop harmlessly to the floor, and the others just go flying past.
Oh, that really hurt. That was a bad idea.
Is your curiosity sated now?
You okay? I'm good. I will try again
Okay.
tomorrow.
No, you
sure-
no.
Yeah,
you,
it's fine. I'm
No.
sure I can learn to catch them.
I guarantee you can't. The spell is intrinsically designed to be unavoidable.
I was gonna do something and then realized that if I do this wrong, I might kill you. So I won't.
Okay. What?
I don't even need to kill the party guys. They're just doing it themselves.
I'm gonna wake up.
It's not even PvP. This is friendly fire.
I'm just gonna wake up the next morning. It's like, right, let's go off. Oh,
It's just a smoldering corpse and just remains.
Well, how
from
much
explosion.
HP do you have, Kovac?
14.
Yeah, okay, better not do that. It could definitely very likely kill you.
It has a higher than 50% chance. I know which one you're doing. A higher than 50% chance of
Well,
killing.
max damage is 30. So half damage is 15. If I max damage that, I would literally kill Kovac.
Outright.
Jesus.
So let's not do that and
That's
pretend
why
like
I
we did.
didn't do it. That's why I'm not doing it, and I didn't do it. Oh, it would have been hilarious though if you had more HP.
You know what would be hilarious is if you get attacked tonight because you've got 5 hit points left.
Yes, that would be hilarious.
And you asked for this,
I did.
but it's okay.
So people might, if you've been following us since our first ever D&D campaign, you might remember how one of our party members died in the first campaign from, what was it, hyenas attacking at night? Nearly killed one, and then
Well,
a
we got
vengeful
attacked
spirit.
by a wraith that killed my character,
Yep.
who was a squishy spellcaster who thought too much of themselves. Let's not just no, please. I beg of you. I like her. She's great.
Hey! I'm not gonna kill Kovac. Not in
But
person.
Ash might.
Well, that's another story. I'm more likely to die than you right now, so it's fine.
So
Okay.
you get yourselves to sleep.
I'm gonna remove 5 more ball bearings from my inventory.
Thalai just like angrily rolls over, pulls his pillow over both his ears, just like.
Unless I can retrieve
Pillow.
the 5 ball bearings.
You probably could if you wanted to spend the time looking for them
She will.
in the darkness.
She's got the time to, because why not?
All right, and you spend the night resting before heading out towards the temple. You head up the road for the next half a day before finding.
Can I take a long rest?
Yes.
Can I?
And the wand is fully recharged.
Shut
Ready for round 2.
up.
Just gonna point out he also could have killed you outright there. Well, not outright, but killed.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
This is
All
what
for
we work with
science.
here. You find yourselves turning off the road, the main road off towards the temple. You can see the top of it in the distance. It's not particularly tall. It's maybe about 3 stories tall, and seems to be made entirely out of stone. And as you approach and come around through the trees of the courtyard, you do find a horse that looks distinctly like one of the Xel'nari horses, tethered to the front. You also find 2 gnomes going through the rucksack on the floor next to it. And it looks like they are looting it.
Without thinking, well, unless someone else does something otherwise, Storm will just.
I'm
attack
charging
them.
on horseback at the gnomes.
And that's where
Yelling
we'll
at
leave it tonight.
Ah.
It is 10 o'clock. We will finish up here tonight.
Nice
And
to be
we will start the next night with Thalai charging some gnomes.
And I was going to throw something at them.
Depending on how far away they are, but still.
Goddamn gnomes.
I don't even need to roll for random encounters at night. You're going to just kill yourselves at some point.
Look, all I want to do is invent the game of golf, and I have the opportunity to do so.
With
By sending a gnome-
gnomes!
Yep, sending a gnome flying with a
I
water.
mean, that doesn't need to be golf. That would be, what is it, polo?
Oh, polo. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for joining us, Custom. It is always a pleasure. And also, I'm just going to say this right now. The mech suit looks freaking awesome.
Holy
I
shit! Yeah,
love
it
it.
I
does.
want to see it. Oh,
Like-
baby!
Damn, that is pretty much exactly what I imagined in my mind when we were designing this. So I'm very happy.
The
Very,
only
very
thing
happy.
it's missing is like some construction like lines on it, like warning lines and labels in
Hmm.
Farsi.
And it does need the breaching tool, which Customs just pointed out as well.
Ah, yeah.
And like, if anything, sometimes like gear like this has like the like black cross hatching
Yeah,
that's
the
there
hazard
sometimes.
labeling.
Yeah, that kind
Yeah.
of thing. But still, it is so beautiful.
But
all,
it is
all the amazing
sexy.
shaders and the
Mhm.
details.
It's come out so well. Like, damn.
Yeah, I love all the details. It's so well done, so intricate. There's shiny metal pipes around the waist for cooling. Oh,
What's even better about that is probably better designed than Lockie probably would have been able to make.
Hang on. You had Catalina's help and Pim's help and Dimitri's
true.
help. Like,
true.
and you bought a partially constructed one anyway.
Is it true?
You were just restoring it.
It was probably Lockie having to fight back, adding more weapons to it than it could actually hold.
That's okay.
But yes. Thank you for joining us, everyone. Have a wonderful night.
Wait,
Is there someone we can raid?
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Gray is streaming again, doing
yeah,
some
he's
art.
streaming some art.
Is Great drawing more of the good glove Molotov characters?
Possibly.
I'm not sure. It looks like someone with a dagger, so possibly.
He was going to draw Catalina next, but I don't know if he is currently drawing Catalina.
Well, they have they have boobs, so quite possibly.
It is female. Unless someone else has suggestions, but otherwise, like...
That's
Oh, hey,
very good.
Kit! I didn't realize you were there.
Stealth kit.
Stealth Kit!
We clearly didn't pass our perception checks.
No, not
We
even
are-
slightly.
I'm not paying attention to the chat.
Yeah, I reckon we raid Gray. It is
Yeah.
decided. I have
Great.
spoken.
Oh,
Gray's been sending us some love, so we might as well spare the love too, back in return.
Where is the love?
this is what I get. Oh, wow. Somebody gifted me a sub
Oh!
to Jen McDonough. If you know her, she's from Secondly and does streams where she sings.
Vaguely, yes.
Yeah, I've seen them. She is lovely. And quite talented too.
Well, if she's streaming next week, we can always raid her then. For now, we will raid Gray because I've already inputted it into the channel.
Indeed, yes. Let's.
Have a good night, everyone, and we will see you on Tuesday. What time are we playing, Rory?
6:30. When somewhere between 6 and 6:30 depends where people are around. But I have more plans, and the plans are I've already made the dungeon, so it's fine. I'm just gonna say let's go.
Okay,
Things are gonna
6:30.
explode.
Alright.
And Alice, you know nothing.
I don't know anything, and I'm terrified. I am so freaking terrified.
She briefly opened the folder in front of me, and I got a glimpse of something. I don't know what it was, but I'm already terrified,
Good.
but
I'm
also
so
excited.
Scared. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. On that
So,
note, we'll talk to you next week. Bye. Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.